Your Honor, if I can switch sides with Mr. Jeffries.
However you want to do it.
I'm more comfortable taking my mask off,
That's however you want to do it.
and then I can talk.
You guys set up your tables however you want them.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, I did forget to do my question right there.
Hold on, just a minute. I gotta get this shut down.
so we don't do that echo.
I'm going to have to move the mic over to you.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you can aim that to something that means something. Well, that's a Galaxy notebook, which I'm assuming is probably the victim's advocate, but she hasn't figured out how to put her name on her phone yet.
Kathy?
Yeah. I just assume that's her because I know she's got a Galaxy phone. Okay, so you can stop. The attorneys, they're trained to talk on their feet.
Okay.
Real people can sit down. And ladies, you can sit down too, it's not gonna be offensive to me. I'm okay either way, on your feet or off.
People are ready to proceed, Your Honor. This preliminary exam, people would call their first witness, Meante Marquise Watkins.
Detective Harrison, if you would.
Prosecutor Morales, how many witnesses do you have?
I am believing I will call one, possibly two.
Okay. Are you calling any police?
I don't think I'll be calling any police at this time.
Right through that.
Right through it, straight
Right
up.
here, sir. Watch your
But it will
steps.
depend on how everything goes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right here. State your
I'm just
name.
stand, Your Honor, because I'm sure.
Either
way you want to do it. Either way.
Okay.
State your name and spell your last name for me, please.
Meante Watkins, Watkins.
I'm sorry, I am missing a single piece of paper. I'll be
Sorry.
right back. Just want to make sure I have this in case I need it. Sir, state your name for the record.
Meante Watkins.
And sir, what brings you here today?
Attempted murder.
And can you tell us?
Objection, Your Honor, that's a conclusion.
Well, a court case.
It is.
That's
That's all right, sir.
could.
New
a court
question.
case that,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Watkins, sorry, just answer the new question.
Okay. Sir, were you involved in an incident?
yes.
What was that incident?
Shit. Attempt on my life.
Okay.
Again, Your Honor, objection to the conclusion.
That's, Your Honor,
I think that's a fair way for a civilian to answer that question. Go ahead.
thank you.
I'm better comfortable.
Okay. Do you recall the date that that happened, sir?
Yeah, July 30th.
Okay. And was it, where were you at that time?
I was at home,
And where is home?
7479 Kirkridge Street.
I'm sorry?
7479 Kirkridge Street.
Okay, and is that, what city is that in?
Belleville, Michigan.
Is that Van Buren as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Same county.
Gotcha. Same county, Wayne, state of Michigan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're there at, what happened?
I was coming home from going to the store. Once I got home, I left the front door open, went downstairs, grabbed the trash can, was heading outside. When I look to my right, I see one person, as in Tori. Then I keep
Okay, I'm gonna
walking.
stop you. Tori. Tori, who is Tori?
Tori, right there, on the
Um,
left,
On the left, what is he wearing?
suit and tie.
Okay. And do you know this gentleman?
Yeah, very well.
How do you know him?
Grew up together,
Okay,
10 years of history.
okay. So then you see him, what happens next?
He proceeds to tell his brother Tyrell.
Okay,
right there,
Tyrell, who is Tyrell?
in the white and blue.
Okay.
mask.
All right, and you said they're brothers?
Yeah, they are brothers.
Your Honor, for the record, the complainant has identified both defendants.
Noted.
Thank you. So what happens then?
As I walked and I heard him tell his brother, get him, that's him, I kept walking because I wouldn't believe that would be perspiring or happening towards me.
Okay. So what happens next?
As I keep walking, I look again, and once I get to the middle of the parking lot, I see an AR rifle lifted, and then I see a Glock lifted.
Okay, I'm sorry. So which one has which?
The AR was in the middle of the street. Glock was on the sidewalk. Same.
Okay, which defendant has which?
Oh, the Glock was in Tyrell hand.
Okay,
AR was in Tory hand.
okay.
And then as I looked
And you
again,
clearly saw those weapons, I'm sorry.
yeah,
Okay,
clearly.
what happens next?
They lifted them up, and then as they lifted them, I took off running, and then that's when the shots rang out.
Okay, so you see the guns,
Yeah,
are they pointed directly at you?
yes,
And so that's when you won.
yes,
Why is that?
because I didn't believe that this was reality or really happening.
Okay,
My fight or flight told
how
me.
did you feel? What was that,
I felt like I had to fight for my life, or this was gonna be the last breath I took.
okay. And so you take off running, what happens next?
I ran around the building.
I'm gonna back you up. Did you in fact hear shots fired?
Yes,
How many?
the first two shots was as soon as I dropped the garbage can and took off running. Next, I say 7 to 9 shots for sure.
Okay,
Were rang out right after I hit the corner of the building, and I'm behind the building at this point. And then as I keep running, I get to the split in between my building and the opposite adjacent building to it. And I see them running back to the car, and then I proceeded to go to the back of my house.
okay. You said you saw them running back to the car. What car is that?
It was a gray Lincoln.
Okay. And do you know who owns that car, or do you know who?
Tyrell owns it, but his girlfriend frequently drives it too.
Okay. And so you see that, what happens next?
And then I proceed to call to get into the house. As I get in the house, I proceed to go straight through the back door to the front door, and I see the car leaving. And
Okay.
then,
Did you see the driver?
oh yeah, it was a female.
It was a female. Okay.
And it wasn't neither one of them.
Okay. Did you see them in the vehicle,
Cool.
the defendants?
Yes.
And you said you clearly saw them before they fired at you?
Yeah.
And there's no mistake in their identity?
I go to sleep every night thinking about it.
And, just a second. And what else happened after that?
After that, all of the police officers arrived.
Did you make a statement?
Yeah, I went outside, talked to the first officer that arrived. Then I talked to the senior officer, after he walked into my house.
Okay.
And then, after that, he proceeded to delegate to.
Your Honor,
his-
Okay.
one moment, I'm sorry to interrupt. I forgot to make a motion to sequester. Since we are being recorded, I'd like to make a notation that the officer in charge of the case is present in the courtroom. I believe that would be the officer that the complainant just mentioned, so that should be noted for the record. I don't object to the officer in charge of the case being present in the courtroom. I just need to make a record.
Done.
Yes, and my apologies, he wasn't here when we first started, so I forgot to do that when we started.
Thank you. Proceed.
Me, just one second.
How many messages were logged? Any idea?
Dozen.
Oh, not bad then.
Couple from the weekend.
Okay, good. Because I know we're caught up.
For the record, we join in the motion to exclude witnesses.
Noted.
And we also want to acknowledge that the detective, the officer in charge is present, and we don't have an objection to that.
Noted, thank you.
Your Honor, no further questions.
All right, ladies?
You number one.
Oh,
You want me
you
to go
got it.
first?
I'll go first. I'm gonna live dangerously and take my mask off
Okay.
so I can focus better.
I'm okay.
Okay. Good morning, right over here. If you could just keep your eyes on me would be great. I'm Ellen Michaels, I represent Tyrell Hooks, and I've got some questions for you this morning. Okay, so I'm gonna direct your attention also to the day that we've been talking about.
7:30, July 30th.
Actually, it was July 29th,
It was,
late in the evening.
it was 29th, the same exact day. It was 11 going on 12 o'clock, and once the report was in, it was 12 o'clock. So it was-
Understood,
it
so
was
that's what we're gonna
7:30.
be talking about, okay? So it was nighttime. Earlier that evening, or before this happened, had you been drinking alcohol?
No,
Had you been smoking any marijuana?
no,
Did you have anything in your system to affect your ability to observe what was happening?
no,
When you walked out to take your garbage out, you had a gun on your hip, right?
yeah,
Do you have a CPL?
no. But no, actually, I take that back, because the gun was not on my hip. It was only in my hand at that point when I was talking to the police officer.
So when you were talking to the police
And that was in
officer,
the house, yes.
you realized you had a gun in your hand. When you were taking the garbage out, did you have a gun on you?
No,
When this happened, did you call the police?
multiple people called the police,
The police arrived, you talked to them?
yes,
You talked to them right away about what happened, right?
yes.
Where were you when you were talking to the police?
7479 Kirkridge,
Were you in your own home?
yes.
How many police did you talk to?
The head senior officer that's sitting here in court,
When they were talking to you, you knew it was important to give them the important information, right?
yes, died.
And you had a chance, did you have a chance to really think about what happened?
No, it happened just plain as day.
And think, so, but things were fresh in your mind when you
Yeah.
told the officer, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, the car that you saw, you said was a gray car,
A gray Lincoln.
a gray Lincoln. Did you see a license plate?
No, I did not.
Were there any identifying features on this car?
Yes,
Like what?
that I can see through the tinted windows.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
That I can see through the windows.
So you could see through the windows?
Yes.
They weren't, so they were tinted or they weren't tinted?
No.
Oh, you
From
can see
my,
through it.
from my eyes, no.
So this was a gray Lincoln. Was there any features of the car, any markings or scratches or dents or anything to identify this specific car?
Scratches or dents or moments that you've seen the car or been in the car?
What I'm saying is you saw Lincoln. Was there anything specific about this Lincoln that led you to believe that it belonged to my client?
Yes, I have seen it before and I've been in it before. Yes.
So I'm asking you specifically, other than knowing it was a gray Lincoln, was there anything to tell you it was his gray Lincoln?
Yes, that I was in the car and I know the way that it looked. Yes.
So there was no specific, bumper sticker or marking on the car?
No,
Okay, that's a simple question. Nothing specific, making it different than any other Lincoln out there,
By appearance.
by appearance.
by appearance.
This gray Lincoln looked like every other gray Lincoln out there.
No,
What about it was different?
I knew whose car it was.
Okay, so that's a conclusion. I'm asking you, what about this gray Lincoln was different than any other gray Lincoln?
It was gray and I know the car because I've been in it.
Okay. That's a conclusion.
Objection,
What-
Your Honor. It has been answered several times now. He's given
I'm
the
lost
answer.
on what you.
Look, can I try? Okay, you know what year it is?
Yeah,
What year?
2009.
Okay, so if there was 10 2009 Lincolns in a parking lot and they were all the same factory gray, would you be able to pick his car out of that stack because of some certain feature of his car?
Yeah,
What? Have different rims on it?
yeah.
What's different about his than any other 2009 with that same paint color?
The rims are all silver, and then.
So he's got custom rims?
Yeah, and then I know because I had the dents in the car, but then there's no significant dent that you would notice.
Right,
So,
right,
yeah.
but there are dents on that one that wouldn't be on every other Lincoln of that
Yeah.
make and model. All right, I think that's what you're after, Counsel.
Exactly. I'm gonna follow up on that.
Please.
Because
Just
Hold on.
describe,
Go ahead.
describe the rims to me.
silver, chrome, different from a regular standard model.
Describe the dents to me.
I wouldn't get a good look at them because I didn't get a good look at them.
So you weren't able to see the dents to help you identify this as his car?
I was able to see the people in the car.
What I'm asking about right now is the car.
Yeah,
And it was gray.
gray, Lincoln, older model, 2009.
Earlier you
Around
said
that
in
age.
2008, now you're saying in 2009. Which is it?
Objection, Your Honor. He said 2009.
I thought he did.
So you're saying that you saw the car and the people in the car before the shooting?
Can you repeat the question?
Are you saying here today that you saw the car and the people in the car prior to the shooting?
Yes.
You didn't, did you tell the police that?
Yeah, I said that they have been there previously. They come there often, I said that, yes.
They come there often. Who comes there often?
Tyrell and Tori
Come where often?
to Kirk Ridge without them being allowed there, yes,
When you're what? When they were allowed there.
when they weren't allowed there.
Okay, we're talking about around the time of July 29th, okay? They were, was there something keeping them from being there around July 29th?
Being evicted and being caught, being told that if you come back as trespassing,
How do you know that?
because talking to the manager of my complex.
I'm gonna take your attention to July 29th at around 11 o'clock at night.
July 30th,
I'm not gonna talk about July 30th, I'm gonna talk about July 29th before midnight. Because that's when this happened, right?
yes,
Okay. You told the police back in July that you saw two males outside of a car, right?
what is the question?
Back in July 29th, you didn't tell the police that you saw the two guys sitting in the car, did you?
Repeat the question again.
Today, you're sitting here saying that you saw my client sitting in a car prior to the shooting. Right before the shooting, you saw him sitting in a car. Is that your testimony?
Repeat the question.
Earlier, when the prosecutor was asking you a question, and when I was asking you a question, you said that when you went outside, you saw my client sitting in the Lincoln.
Yes,
Okay. You told the police officers that the first time you saw The person who shot you was when they were outside the car.
Repeat the question.
Well, it wasn't a question, that was part of the problem.
Yeah.
That was a statement.
Correct.
I want to be clear. Okay. Did you write a written statement on July 30th?
Am I allowed to have that statement presented to me?
Well, answer the question first.
Oh, yeah, right.
Did you write a statement on July 30th?
Yeah. What, 29?
You wrote the statement before midnight?
Well, no, 12 o'clock, so no, the 30th, October 30th. July 30th, yes, 12 o'clock.
And do you remember what you wrote in that statement?
Yes, that's exactly how it happened.
Okay, so what you wrote in the statement is exactly how it happened. Yeah?
Exactly as I seen the incident.
Do you remember saying that you saw two men, when you were walking toward the dumpster, you saw two men? You remember that?
And then I wrote the names, yes, because I know those people, yes.
And you said that one of the men was wearing gray pants and a black hoodie, right?
I'm listening.
Did you say that? Is that accurate?
That's in the report, yes.
Okay. And the person wearing gray pants and a black hoodie was also, had a mask on, right?
No,
He didn't have a mask
I'm
on?
listening, repeat the question.
The person in gray pants and a black hoodie, was he wearing a mask?
No,
No mask.
no,
Was he wearing a hat?
nothing,
Was the hoodie up?
yes,
And he was not wearing a mask around his nose or mouth?
no. Here we go.
So when you told the police that he was wearing a black face mask, was that a lie?
Yes, because I didn't see any face mask.
Okay, so
I
you lied to
assume-
the police when you told them, when you made your written statements?
No. It was, it
Judge, may I
had, no, it
approach
happened
the
so
wit-
fast,
May I approach the
no.
witness? Okay.
Here, if you would like. more.
Yeah, I would like to have that,
You can keep yours.
thank you.
Is that your written statement?
Yes,
Is that your signature?
yes.
Okay, if you could review the written statement, please. Make sure, take a minute.
Where are the statements?
At the very bottom of the statement, do you see where it gives the physical description of what you saw?
Yes,
Okay, what does that say?
it says that he has a black hoodie, black gray pants, black hoodie, red pants,
What-
light face, and a dark face.
So do you see above where it says black hoodie?
Yes, it says black face.
What does it say next to black face?
So, a mask, black mask.
Black mask. And that's your writing.
No, that isn't. I think, hold on. Yes, it is, yes, it is.
Okay, so you wrote black mask,
Yes,
and you signed that statement.
yes.
So when you wrote that, was that a lie?
No,
Okay, so the person was wearing a black mask.
No, because I couldn't decipher
Decipher what?
if it was the hoodie or the mask. There was a hood on, no mask.
So you wrote black mask,
Yes,
and then you signed that.
yes.
What did you mean when you wrote black mask?
Because I interpreted that the hoodie was their mask because they pulled it tight. But I could still see your nose and mouth and face, yes.
So you could see the nose. What else could you see?
Your mouth and your eyes,
You could see his mouth, and you could see his nose, and you could see his eyes.
yes.
So what was the mask covering?
His hair.
Hey. A few minutes ago, you said that you heard somebody say, "Get him, that's him." I'm not gonna use this, I'm gonna approach, may I approach a witness?
Sure.
We're finished with your statement. Now, I take that back from you, please?
Too loud to say?
Yeah.
Thank you. A few minutes ago, did you say that you heard someone say, "Get him, that's him"?
I said, I thought I heard someone say, "Get him."
Okay. That was not in your statement.
That's,
Was that in your I'm sorry, was that in your statement? Get the language, "Get him, that's him"? Have the statement again, please. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Can you show me where in your statement it says that you heard, "Get him, that's him"?
all right, repeat the question.
Where in that statement are those words that you testified to? Get him, that's them. Where does that show up in your written statement? That was the question.
It's in the middle of my statement.
Where, could you circle it for me? Where it says, "Get him, that's him"?
Do I have to?
Yeah, that's what you're here for.
Okay.
Can I have that, please? So what you circled was, "I hear them say, 'There he go shoot.'" That's what you heard them say?
Yes,
"There he go shoot." Which one said that?
the one on the sidewalk.
What was the person wearing?
He was wearing red. Talking about who was it?
Okay. And also I want to clarify,
Repeat that. What do you ask me? said
no,
who
you
the
just
person-
told me the person in the red is the one who said those words. That, right?
No, I haven't finished describing out what he was wearing. The
Go ahead.
person in the red was standing in the middle of the street, and the person wearing black and gray was standing on the sidewalk, and that's the person who said,
The person in the gray, in the black hoodie is the one who said that. That's what you're saying? I'm
Black.
clarifying.
yes, in the black and gray.
Okay. Did the person in the black and gray say anything else?
No. That's when the gunfire started.
Which gun was the person in the black and gray holding?
I wasn't sure because it happened so fast.
Today you're not sure, or you weren't sure at the time? So you say you're not sure. So you're not sure right now? Wait, when it happened, were you sure?
I'm lost, I don't understand the question.
It's a simple question. When you were talking to the cops, were you sure who held which gun?
How would I,
It's a yes or no question.
yes,
You were sure who held it at that time. So which gun was my client holding?
a pistol. Wait, no, I take that back. A rifle,
Mr. Hooks was holding a rifle.
yes,
You're sure? So I want to give you a chance to be sure.
yes,
Okay. You said that you had a gun that evening, right?
no. I said the gun was in the house,
How many guns do you have?
one,
What kind?
a XD pistol,
I couldn't hear that, I'm sorry.
XD pistol.
What type of bullet does that shoot?
a 45,
Have you ever talked directly with Tyrell, a client?
when,
Ever? Ever?
yes,
How long have you known Tyrell?
over 10 years,
You're actually a friend of his brother's, right?
both,
Both.
For the record, this brother or a different brother?
both brothers, Tyrell and Tori.
Prior to this incident that we've been talking about, before that, when was the most recent time you had spoken directly with Tyrell?
I can't recall.
Other than my client and his co-defendant, who you've identified, who else was there
What was where?
at the scene on July 29th, July 30th?
The police, the head officer, my mother, my wife.
Now, earlier you said that somebody else was driving the car.
Yes,
When did you remember that someone else was driving the car?
when I seen the car pulling out of my complex.
Is this the first time you've told anybody that someone else was driving the car?
No,
Who else have you told that to?
my mother and my wife.
When you talked to the detective, did you tell him that someone else was driving the car?
Yes,
You did. When you wrote your statement, did you put in there that someone else was driving the car?
no, I did not.
Did you tell any other officers besides the detective that somebody else was driving the car?
Repeat the question.
Other than the detective who's sitting here, who we see, did you tell any of the other officers that there was somebody else there who was driving the car?
No,
Tell me when you saw the person driving the car?
when I was standing in between the buildings,
That was before or after the shooting?
that was after the shooting occurred.
I thought that after the shooting occurred, you ran.
Yes,
So how is it that you saw the person driving the car?
Because there's a split in between my building, and when you keep running, it opens up and you can see straight through.
And at that time, you could see, so the driver's side was closer to you?
Yes,
Where was Tyrell sitting?
in the passenger seat,
Next to the driver.
yes.
Where was Tori
Tori
sitting?
was sitting in the back seat.
Did you see the driver before the shooting?
But
Before the shooting, did you see the driver of the car?
repeat the question.
The question is simple.
I don't understand what you're asking.
Before
Are
the
you saying
shooting,
before
you
the-
said you saw the car.
Yes,
When you saw the car before the shooting, were you able to see the driver?
yes,
When you first saw the car, was it driving or was it parked?
it was parked
Where?
in my neighbor's parking space.
Was it backed in or in forward?
It was back in. So the driver's side was closest to, yes,
Was the car on or off?
it was on,
Was the interior light on or off?
it was off.
What drew your attention to the car?
That it was in my neighbor's parking space.
You were taking your garbage out?
Yes,
And the fact that a car was in your neighbor's parking space drew your attention?
yes,
Did you see anybody get out of the car?
yes, Tyrell. Oh,
So, the two men that you've described, you actually saw them get out of the car?
yes,
Where were you when you saw them get out of the car?
on my porch with my garbage can.
When they got out of the car, did they say anything to you?
There you go, shoot.
So as soon as they got out of the car, you heard them say that and they said shoot?
Yes,
How far from the car was Tyrell, or was the person, take that, how far from the car was the person wearing the black hoodie when that person shot?
that,
I'm sorry?
just got out the car.
Got out of the car and then started shooting.
No, they got out the car and then you said how far?
How far from the car? Did they take steps away from
Oh,
the
you-
car?
oh, all right. 5 steps.
5 steps. So what were you doing when you say you saw them get out of the car and take 5 steps? At that time, were you walking or standing? What
I
were you
was
doing?
standing on the porch
Where was your garbage can?
in my hand. Both my hands,
Did you make it off the porch with your garbage can before the shooting started?
yes,
So you were on the porch with your garbage can when the shooting started? I'm unclear. First you said you were on the porch, and now you're saying you weren't on the porch.
the shooting didn't occur until I was off the porch.
So you saw guys come out, say shoot, point a gun at you, and you kept going to take your garbage out?
Yes,
Were you able to see the hair of the person in the black hoodie?
the hood and the mask covered their hair.
From where you were on your porch to where the car was parked, what was that distance?
10 feet.
see guns pointed at you, or did you just hear shots? Did you actually see guns pointed at you?
Yes,
And then you kept walking to the garbage dumpster?
yes. Then I took off running because the shot started, yes. I don't know, are they allowed to be staring at me?
Yeah.
Very.
One last question, and again, I'm just trying to get clarity here. Did you ever, prior to the shooting, before the shooting, did you see the car driving?
No,
So the first time you saw it, it was parked.
yes,
And then you also, actually with your own eyes, saw two men get out of the car.
yes.
Have you ever been convicted of crime
No,
that involved? Who do you live at this residence with?
my mother,
How old are you?
22.
Were you injured?
Emotionally traumatized, yes.
Were you physically
I
injured?
apologize, I couldn't hear again.
Were you physically injured?
No,
He said he was emotionally traumatized.
How tall was the person in the black hoodie?
I wouldn't know.
You didn't notice?
Standing on the porch and standing on the ground, I couldn't see.
Could you tell how much that person weighed?
No,
Do you know what shoes they were wearing? You have to answer out loud.
no,
Was there anything special about the sweatshirt other than being black?
no,
Any identifying characteristics of the gray pants? Any rips or holes that would make them unique?
no,
Did you, when you first saw the person in the black hoodie, was the person standing there or walking?
walking.
Walking? Did you have an opportunity to observe them walking?
No,
They were standing, still.
no, they were walking.
They were walking.
What
The
do you-
person in the black
repeat
hoodie,
the
when you
question.
first saw him, was he walking?
He took 5 steps after getting out of the car.
And you observed all of that?
Yeah,
Did the person have a distinctive limp or walk of any kind?
I could see their face,
It's not what I asked.
especially you asked me any distinctive marks.
Walk. Did the person have a distinctive walk?
No,
Were there parking lot lights on at the time?
it was nighttime.
So it was dark.
No, the parking lot lights were on.
How far from where the car was parked was the parking lot light?
10 steps, 10 feet, right on top of my porch.
I have nothing further.
Ms. Morrow?
Thank you. Two pages, right? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Watkins.
Good morning.
I represent Tori Jeffries. I think you've probably figured that out by now. And it's my turn to ask you some questions. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll be happy to restate the question or try to ask it a different way, or you just let me know, all right?
Yeah.
You have an understanding?
Yeah.
Your apartment complex at 7479 Kirkridge has a surveillance system, is that correct?
Yeah.
Does every apartment have the same system, or is that something that's personal to you? Did you buy it? Is it your system?
Yeah.
You put it up?
No.
Who put it up?
Maintenance for that.
Okay. Do you pay for that personally or through your rent?
Personally.
It's an additional charge. Is it an additional charge?
No.
Do you know the name brand of that system?
No.
Do you know how it operates?
Yeah.
Does the camera send a video to the apartment complex?
What camera are you asking about?
Let's go back. You have a surveillance system on your apartment, right? You have one camera at the front of your apartment, right?
Yes.
That camera that we are talking about, no other cameras, does that video go to management in the apartment complex? If you know.
Yes.
Does it go anywhere else?
No.
Does it go to your phone?
No.
Does it go to your mother's phone?
No.
Your mother's name is Starnetta Watkins, correct?
Yes.
Your testimony is she lives with you, correct?
Yes.
Is the lease in her name?
Yes.
Does somebody else live there? Was there somebody else present in the apartment that day?
Yes.
And was that individual related to you or
My spouse.
your spouse? That is your wife. Your wife doesn't live there, but she was present there that day.
Yes.
Do you live somewhere else with her?
No.
Are you legally married, or do you call her your spouse because she's your partner?
Legally married.
Legally married, not living together.
Yes.
Present in the home that day.
Yes.
And your testimony is that the video surveillance camera that was on the front of the apartment does not go to your mother's phone.
No.
Did you see the video surveillance of the incident, of the shooting incident, prior to talking to the police?
No.
Did your mother have possession of it, if you know, prior to you talking to the police?
No. Question.
Okay. Did your mother have possession of the video surveillance of the shooting incident in front of the apartment before the police talked to you or talked to her or arrived?
Yes.
Okay. How'd your mother get it?
Because we have a separate camera in front of my house.
You have more than one camera.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that camera. Is that camera personal to you?
Yes.
Is that paid for through the apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Did you install that?
Yes.
Do you know the name brand of that camera?
Ring.
Ring? R-I-N-G? You have to answer out
Oh,
loud.
Yes, yes,
Yes, okay, very good, thank you. And as, just so you understand, you have to answer out loud because this is being recorded. If you don't answer out loud, there's no way to know what your answer is. Fair enough?
yes.
Does that system, the Ring system, does that go to your phone?
No,
Does that go to Starnetta Watkins' phone?
yes,
Did you see that video prior to talking to the police?
no,
Did your mother send it to you?
no,
Did your mother arrive on the scene?
yes,
Did your mother arrive before or after the police?
same time,
Same time as the police. So the incident happens, right? You get shot at, right? The incident happens. You have your phone on you, right? You don't have your phone on you?
I'm listening, you didn't answer, that was the question?
Did you have your phone on?
Yes,
At the time of the shooting, you had your phone on you.
yes,
When you run between the houses, you have your phone on you.
yes,
When you get to the back door and call your spouse, you have your phone on you.
yes,
You call your spouse first?
yes,
You call your mother second?
yes,
You call the police third?
yes,
Do you call the police?
yes,
You call 911 personally?
no,
Okay, let's backtrack. Do you call 911?
yes,
Do you call 911 after you call your mother?
yes,
Do you call 911 after you call your spouse to get you in the house?
no. What do you,
So you're calling your mother before you even try to get back in the house?
repeat the question?
Okay. The shooting occurs.
Yes,
You run away.
yes,
Who do you call first? Your mother, your spouse, or 911?
my spouse,
Who do you call second?
my mother,
Who do you call third?
the police,
And you personally call 911?
yes,
Okay. When you call your mother, isn't it true that you tell her that you've been shot at? When you tell her that you have been shot at, that is because you know that she can pull the video up on her phone, right?
no,
You don't know that. You don't know how the Ring system works.
no,
You've never looked at the video.
no,
You've never looked at this video.
yes,
When did you first look at it?
when the police arrived,
Okay, so who showed it to you?
my mother,
Okay. She didn't send it to your phone, but she came to the scene and showed it to you.
I'm waiting on the question.
Your mother didn't send the video to your phone.
No,
Your mother came to the scene and showed it to you on her phone.
no,
How did she show it to you?
on the system,
And when she showed it to you on the system, what device are you looking at?
the TV,
What?
television,
The television. The television in the apartment?
yes,
And you haven't looked at it prior to your mom getting there?
no,
And your spouse hasn't looked at it prior to your mom getting there?
no,
When you see it for the first time, are the police with you or not with you?
yes,
And when you see it for the first time, have you already talked to the police or not talked to the police?
yes,
Have you already talked to the police when you see the video?
yes,
So you talk to the police first, then you look at the video.
yes,
All right. when you talk to the police, and you tell them that you've been shot at, and that you ran away, your description at that time is two black males, correct? I'm talking about your description of the shooters. Two black males, correct?
Yes,
One wearing a black hoodie and a black face mask and gray pants, correct? That's what you tell the police.
yes,
The other one you tell the police is wearing a red bandana face mask, correct?
no,
What kind of face mask is that person wearing?
none.
That individual's not wearing any face mask?
Neither one
So
of
if-
them are wearing a face mask.
So if you
because-
told the police that they were wearing face masks, the police wrote it down wrong.
No, I wrote my own statement.
Okay, but you talk to the police and police make reports, right? Did you talk to police?
Yes,
Did you talk to Officer Harrison,
yes,
who's sitting in the courtroom?
yes,
Did you talk to another officer who got there before Harrison? His name's Griggs. Maybe you don't know his name, but he got there before Harrison.
no, I talked to the senior officer.
You never talked to Griggs.
Senior officer,
You never talked to anybody other than the senior officer.
senior officer,
You never talked to Fidel.
no,
Okay? So if they say that you talked to them, they got it wrong.
yes,
Okay. If they say you talked to them and both individuals were wearing face masks, they got it wrong.
who got it wrong?
The police.
No,
So you did tell them they were wearing face masks. Okay, let's start over again. It looks like you're confused by my question. We already talked about this statement, right? And we talked about the description that you gave to the police in your own handwriting, correct?
yes,
Did you or did you not say, when I looked to my right, I seen two men
yes,
in red pants and another in gray pants?
Yes.
With black hoodies.
yes,
We made eye contact.
yes,
Nothing was said out of my mouth.
yes,
Okay, so far, what I'm saying about what you wrote is accurate.
Yes.
All right, and it's in your handwriting.
yes,
All right, so down at the bottom, you continue with the description, with dark skin, eye, a face, and light skin in black hoodies, correct?
yes,
Black mask, black face, light face, red bandana as mask. Your handwriting,
no,
would you like to see?
yes,
Okay, so far we got it, but this last part is wrong.
I would like to see my thing.
Sure, permission to approach.
Sure.
And I am referring to this part down here. Let me know when you're done reviewing that.
I'm ready.
Okay, great. Does your statement state with dark skin, eye, face, and one light skin in black hoodies? Does your statement say that?
Yes,
Does your statement say black mask, black face? Is that what this says?
repeat the question.
Black mask, black face.
Yes,
Does your statement say light face, red bandana as mask?
yes,
Does your statement say black hoodie, gray pants?
Yes,
Does your statement say black hoodie, red pants?
yes,
Is your signature on the bottom of the statement?
yes,
Was the statement made on the 30th of July at about 12:25 a.m.?
yes,
There's a second page of the statement, right?
yes,
Okay. And is there anywhere on permission to approach,
Sure.
is there anywhere on that statement where you say, oops, they weren't wearing face masks?
yes.
Show me. Where
Where
does it
I
say,
say-
oops, they weren't wearing face
Oh.
masks?
It doesn't say that.
Okay. Does it say, what I said in the previous page is wrong, they weren't wearing face masks?
Repeat the question.
Does your second page of your statement say no masks?
Yes,
Point to me where it says no masks. I know his brother is the only light skin in red. Does it say that that person was not wearing a mask?
yes.
Where?
Me saying that he was the only one in the light skin in red.
Okay, well, let's investigate.
Counsel, can I
what
try
this says.
something here?
I'm sorry?
Can I try something here?
Please, go right ahead.
Are you saying that these guys had masks, but that didn't stop you from knowing who they were?
Repeat the question.
Are you saying that they had masks, but the mask did not prevent you from identifying them?
Yes,
So they did have masks.
no,
So either they did or they didn't.
no, they did not have masks on.
Okay. So what did you mean when you said one had a red bandana as a mask?
Because they were both wearing them over their heads. They weren't wearing the mask.
Okay, so they, like the bandana was on his hair, like an old lady would wear a babushka or a do-rag?
Yeah,
And you call it a mask?
and I was just calling the mask
Okay.
And this is with a hoodie up.
with the hoodie up.
So you could see a black face mask being worn on somebody's head with a hoodie over it.
Yes,
You could see under the hoodie,
I can see into the hoodie.
into the hoodie. Okay. You described one individual as dark skin and the other individual as light skin, correct?
Yes,
Are you calling Tori Jeffries, my client, light skin?
yes,
And in your statement, did you or did you not say, maybe it was written wrong, I know his brother is the only light-skinned guy in red riding in that vehicle?
can I see the statement?
Sure.
What's the question?
Does your statement state that the reason you identify Tori Jeffries is because you say he's the only light-skinned guy who would be riding in that car with Terrell Hooks?
Yes,
Okay. These people, these defendants are known to your family, correct?
yes,
What, what's the bad blood there? What happened?
hatred.
Hatred. Was there a specific incident? Was
No.
there a party or barbecue or words or Facebook posts, or they just hate each other?
Yes,
You've grown up with these people.
Yes.
Your mothers know each other,
Yes.
but you can't come up with any reason for this hatred. What happened? No. There was some discussion about some fight with your cousin?
Can I repeat the statement?
Objection, I don't recall hearing any evidence of some discussion about a fight with a cousin.
It's in the police reports. Was there a fight, oh, and I can ask it a different way. Was there a fight with your cousin? Between families?
I don't know.
You don't know. You didn't have any interaction with Mr. Jeffries that would cause hatred? You can't think of any incident?
No.
You don't have, nothing happened in your presence that would cause hatred between you and Mr. Jeffries?
No.
When you came out of your apartment that day, you're claiming you looked to your right and you recognize these guys.
Yes.
That's what you're saying, and you recognize them and you keep going out to the trash, right?
Yes.
So you don't know of any incident why two people that you know would all of a sudden start shooting on you, right?
Yes.
And you holler out to them and say, hey, because you know them, and you've known them for years, and you're friends with the family, so you holler out and say, hey, I see you over there, hey.
I said nothing. I don't know.
You said nothing. Okay. So I guess what I'm getting at here is you've got just no clue what a motive would be by Mr. Jeffries against you to shoot at you that night.
Hatred.
Hatred. Hatred comes from somewhere. An incident.
Objection, Your Honor.
Was there an
Are you making a
incident?
statement, or?
I'll withdraw that. Hatred. What was the reason for the hatred?
Objection, Your Honor, it's speculative. He can't talk to what's in the minds of the defendants.
I'm looking for motive.
Well, you've already asked him if he has any idea, and I think he said no.
Several times, actually.
Well, having trouble getting to the answer is why I keep asking it, obviously. All right. Do you, when you talk to the police, and you say that the only person you talk to is the senior officer who's now left, right? Don't talk to anybody else. Is that correct?
What was the question?
Have you talked to any of the officers other than Detective
No.
Harrison?
All right. And when you talk to Officer Harrison, you give a clothing description, correct?
I gave him my report.
You gave him your report. Did you talk to him or did you write things down or both?
I wrote them down.
Did you also talk to him?
No.
You didn't he didn't verbally ask you questions and you verbally answered them.
No.
He just came right up and handed you a piece of paper and you started writing it down.
Yep.
So everything that was communicated to Officer Harrison was in your written statement. Shouldn't be anything else.
Repeat the question.
Everything that was communicated by you to Officer Harrison is in that written statement.
Yes.
There's nothing extra, there's nothing more.
No.
You do not identify Mr. Jeffries by voice, correct?
Repeat the question.
You do not identify Mr. Jeffries by his voice. Isn't that correct?
I know the voice.
The only person who said anything that day was not Mr. Jeffries, right?
Repeat the
Are you saying Mr. Jeffrey spoke that day at the shooting?
I know the voice.
That wasn't my question.
I'll repeat the voice.
Okay. You stated that one person said something, not both people, am I right? One person said something.
No, I said they. So I couldn't tell you which one of them said it.
You don't know which one said it.
No.
Not knowing which one said it, they're two different people with two different voices, correct?
Yes.
All right. You don't know if that was Mr. Jeffrey saying it or Mr. Hook saying it. Is that what you're saying today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do know.
Yes, you do know who said it?
I'm listening. What was your, that was all up.
So you followed up and said, yes, I do know. Just now. Is that what you said? Yes, I do know.
No.
You didn't just say that?
No.
Okay. In your statement that you gave to Officer Harrison, I'm sorry, Hendricks,
Harrison.
you did not identify Mr. Jeffries in terms of body structure, correct?
Repeat the question.
When you talked to would you like a break? Do you need a little
He's
water
not
break
getting a
or
break.
something?
No, I'm listening.
I got 6 exams to do this morning, and this one's already taken twice as long as it should have.
Okay. When you talked to Officer Harrison, and you wrote your statement, you did not identify Mr. Jeffries in terms of his body structure, correct? And you can answer correct or not correct, if that makes sense.
No.
No, you didn't say his weight, correct? You didn't say his weight.
No.
You didn't say his height.
No.
You didn't say his hairstyle.
No.
You didn't say distinguishing features other than light-skinned. Is that fair? You call him light-skinned.
No.
Nothing else.
What was the question?
I'm going to move on. Does your mother, Starnetta Watkins, how did she get there? You said she got there at the same time as the police, not before, not after?
No. Same time as the police.
Same time as the police. Do you know where she was coming from? You don't have to tell me where, but do you
No.
know where she was coming from?
No.
When you came out to take your trash out, is it your testimony today that you did not have your 10 millimeter on you?
Yes.
So you came out after the shooting with your 10 millimeter?
No.
You never came out with your 10 millimeter?
No.
You came out with your 45?
I never came out the house with a gun at all.
And certainly you wouldn't have come out of the house with 2 guns if you didn't come out of the house with 1 gun.
None.
You didn't come out of the house before the police got there looking around like where's people
No.
with a 1 gun or 2 guns down at your side
No.
or up or in a pocket.
No.
Never. And when you came out with the trash, it wouldn't have been in your pocket.
No. I was doing a civil duty, taking out the trash.
The gun that you own is not registered in your name?
Yes, it's registered in my name.
Any other guns registered in your name?
Any gun will be registered in my name.
Are there any other guns registered in your name?
No.
Just the 45? What kind of gun is it, are you saying?
A XD 45.
Okay.
Legally.
think I'm done. 1 minute, please. Thanks, Judge. Thank you, Your
You're
Honor,
welcome.
and thank you, Mr. Watkins.
Any rebuttal, counsel?
Yes. Sir, were the shooters known to you?
Yes,
You knew them well.
yes,
So you didn't need to give a description because you gave names.
Objection.
yes,
What's the objection?
The objection is that she's leading and she's telling him how to answer the question by saying it in the fashion that she is. She can reword it
It was
and
leading.
it won't be leading, but that's a leading question.
It was.
That's fine. So they're very familiar to you.
yes,
Okay. So if you had to describe them, could you?
yes,
Did you feel you needed to in that instance?
no,
And why is that?
because I know them,
And so what did you tell the officers?
that I know who did it.
And what did you specifically give them any information?
Everything that I wrote in my statement.
Okay. And when you called your mom, you said you called your mom, yes?
Yes,
Did you tell your mom who they were?
yes,
What did you tell your mom?
that Tyrell and Tori just tried to kill me.
Just tried to kill you.
Yes,
Okay. Was there any doubt when you told that to your mom?
0,
Okay. And you said you own a weapon?
yes,
What kind of shell casings does your weapon hold?
45 caliber.
Okay. And there's been a lot of talk about the descriptions of what they were wearing, masks, no masks. When you say masks, are you referring to masks like we're wearing here in court today?
No,
Okay. When you say masks, what are you referring to?
something that covered your head, like a hat.
It's trying were they trying to disguise themselves?
Objection as to what they were trying to do.
Speculation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will rephrase. So you were saying they were wearing, like, on their heads, coverings on their heads?
Yes,
Okay. So it's not like a face mask like this right now, like mine or yours?
yes,
Okay. Okay, and sir, do you recall how many officers responded to the scene?
after the leading officer, about 12.
About 12 different officers there.
Yes.
And do you know any of their names?
Officer Hendrick,
Hendricks, okay. And could you describe any of them?
any of the police?
Any of them?
No,
Okay. So you really wouldn't know who you were talking to or who you weren't? You wouldn't know them by name? or-
Objection again, leading.
It
no,
was.
Did you know specifically the names of the people you were talking to?
Given the fact that he said he didn't speak to anybody but Harrison, why are we talking about this?
I just want to make sure it's understood, Your Honor.
I
That's
understand.
okay, we can move on.
Please do.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I have a short follow-up, basically, just a redirect, a recross of what she said.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to your written statement, because that's what you're saying here today is really all you're attributing to yourself, okay? So, just laying the groundwork here. On your written statement, you said that you saw two men, one in red pants and another in gray pants with a black hoodie, right? You give a physical, the description of their clothing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now, then on the second page of your statement, you say, I noticed it was Tyrell and Tori from the vehicle. You said that, right?
Can I look at my statement?
Absolutely. May I approach, Judge?
Absolutely.
Could you please read us the first sentence of the second page of your statement? That's your writing, right?
Yes.
Okay, if you could read it, please.
I noticed it was Terrell and Tori from the vehicle because I've seen it before multiple times.
That's good. So you know that you identified them because of their attachment to a Lincoln.
No.
Well, that's what you wrote, correct? Did you say, I noticed it was Tyrell and Tori from the vehicle? That's what you're right, that's your writing.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say, I knew it was Tyrell because I saw his face and he looked at me and I know his mouth and I know what he looks like. You didn't say that.
Because I know.
Okay. You know, you said in your written statement that you recognized the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Take a look at Tyrell. You describe him as black, dark skin.
Yes.
Take a look at Tori. You're describing him as light skin.
Yes.
You don't think the tone is exactly the same?
No.
What's on your face right now?
Facial covering.
Facial cover. A mask? Would you call that a mask?
No.
It's not a mask? No?
Facial covering.
I'm thinking, tell me what you think a mask is.
Something that covers your whole head.
Ah, like a ski mask.
Yes.
That's what you think a mask is, like, okay. So this isn't a mask?
No.
But the person in the black sweatshirt was wearing a black face mask. Yes or no?
Mm.
So why did you tell the police they were?
Because they're close in proximity.
What is close in proximity?
A mask is not face covering.
Testimony speaks for itself, Judge. I have nothing further.
Ms. Morrow?
Nothing more, thank you.
Thank you. Argument, lady? You got another witness, Ms. Morales-Smith?
Give me just 1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people will rest.
Argument? I'm assuming you're not putting witness on.
No, Your Honor.
No.
Argument?
No, Your Honor. Argument, okay. By law.
I would ask that the witness be excused for the argument.
Okay. You can watch your step on the way out, though. Don't trip now.
Recognizing that at the preliminary exam here today, there's a probable cause standard to bind over to the circuit court. That being said, Your Honor still has the ability to look at the testimony as a whole and determine, based on credibility and based on your observations of the witnesses and based on the testimony, to determine that even though the words coming out of the witness's mouth can potentially meet the elements of the charges, you can choose not to bind over based on the absolute ludicrous nature of the testimony.
Counsel, I've only been doing this 20 years. I know what my job is.
I understand, okay.
Please,
So,
5 more exams to do. Let's move.
okay, let's go. So,
Get to
Your
the
Honor,
meat.
his testimony was absolutely not believable, not credible. He admitted he lied to the police. For example, he said that there was a face mask, there wasn't a face, he lied about the face mask, he tried to backtrack. He didn't recognize these two gentlemen at all. He identified a car as potentially being his. There's nothing significant about the car to make it different than any other gray Lincoln out there. He did not identify them. There's no physical description that matches them. He said, my client said words, they both said words, no one said words. You heard the testimony. He was an absolutely unbelievable witness, even for bind over. We ask that you not bind over. Thank you.
Ms. Morrow?
Similar argument, first I incorporate hers, I'm not gonna add more to it, but my position is that there's insufficiency of evidence based on credibility of that witness, that there was probable cause that this individual, Torrey Jeffries, was not the one committing the crime based on this person's testimony, understanding the standard of evidence here. Secondly, that there's insufficient evidence of intent to murder. Shots were fired at that range. Apparently they were not fired at the individual. And perhaps there was an intent to scare, an intent to discharge in a building, but we would also argue that there's insufficient evidence of intent to murder.
Thank you, ladies. Ms.
Yeah.
Morrow?
People would say that several shots fired or guns pointed at the complainant. He clearly identifies both people. There is no doubt to that statement. He may have not really understood exactly how to say it or what to say or how to describe it, but he had no doubt from the beginning. He tells his mom instantly who it is. He tells the police instantly who it is. And there are several shots fired there, but for the grace of God, no one was hit. I would say we have, it's a question of trial of fact on all counts, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies, I've kicked before because the witness was totally unbelievable, and I went back and forth with him. And I think a lot of it was he thought he was up here showing us how smart he was. He wanted to play games with you two. And I just came down on the side that I'm not so sure he was lying as much as he just got caught because he ain't as smart as he thinks he is. So I'm gonna bind over. Obviously, there's serious credibility issues, but I just couldn't get to the level where I couldn't believe the basics of the case, which is these two guys shot guns at him. So I'm gonna bind over. AOI date will be November 16th, 9 a.m. Unless I hear anything else, bond is continued.
Your Honor, if I may address that.
Go.
We're currently waiting for some results from the Tether group, because there has been some allegations that they have not been in Grass Lake and Lansing like they were supposed to have been.
Okay.
Additionally, Your Honor, even in the parking lot today, there was some direction of instances at the complainant and the complainant's mother. We would ask that that be reiterated and readdressed. As soon as we hear one way or the other, we may ask for a bond hearing in that regards as soon as we hear from the PPS Tether unit.
Well, that won't be with me.
Understood, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, do I have to say what no contact means? Okay, you know that you're on a GPS tether with a location that you're supposed to be at, right? Okay?
Stand
Ladies, do I have to make that any more clear?
No, you're good, Judge, thank you. We will.
Gentlemen, good luck downtown.
I have one quick additional motion for discovery.
Go ahead.
911 calls, we don't have. If there is video interrogation, we don't have it. I also don't have any documents regarding, my understanding is they were arrested in Canton at 3 a.m. I don't have those records. Just putting it on the record, I'm sure this prosecutor will make sure I get these things, but I'd like to make a record of that.
Dale, can you shed any light on any of those requests?
I can't speak for Canton Township.
Sure.
I can provide anything that Van Buren has. Can I grab your card?
Yes, that'd be great,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you, officer.
That's the 31.
Okay,
I wanna go on and talk
you
about
can meet in the hallway.
the Zoom
I'll be out in a
10:30.
minute.
Going up.
And I already lost him.
Getting the last card.
Oh,
Round them up, Dan.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Good luck downtown, ladies.
Thank you.
let me write down real quick. Someone want to call?
Yes, we were lucky to be.
He's in my
to
top
be
5.
first up today, so lucky to be first.
And I don't have to go to, I'm not going to big guy.
If he had known,
He thought he was matching wits with these two, and he didn't come in there.
I hate to be in Dade County, remember, that's another reason why, but I don't, my client
you
wants
worked
an,
that out?
well, my client wants an in-person sentencing, and they're not bringing prisoners into the building, so last Thursday I moved it.
There you go. So you want, just to clarify, 911, video of interview, what else?
Hey,
Hampton's arrest.
people, can you guys leave so I can bring the next ones in, please?
Counselor, ma'am, this way, please.
I thought I was ready for him.
I apologize that it took so long, you couldn't have told me.
It wasn't your fault.
You couldn't have told me that was gonna take.
He was one of the worst witnesses I've ever had on the stand. He seriously, he thought he was here to match wits with you two.
And he didn't need to be.
No, it didn't help him at all.
The way he walked in,
Yeah.
Good luck downtown.
Okay, bye-bye.
Are we ready on Johnson?
Johnson, everybody's here, but he wants to talk about a possible waiver with the prosecutor.
Um,
And I may have a waiver as well.
This is
Your
Woody,
Honor.
she said she wanted to talk prosecutor all parties are here for these.
all right. Make it quick, please. I got 5 scheduled this morning.
She's talking to
She's
the
got all the
Yeah.
victims in there, and very upset and uptight, and they want time, they
Yeah.
stated.
Yeah, everybody's gotta get stroked.
Okay, Judge, but Woody is here, Palmer is here, so
Johnson's here.
all parties are here for all these.
And the Zoom is ready to go too.
We got a Zoom one also?
10:30, Larry's.
Larry King?
Judge, I'm not in a rush, so if you want to.
You're on Johnson.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Woody,
Woody.
if I can confirm the victim is here, it'll be a waiver.
Okay. All right. Dan,
Yeah.
what about Bejan, Palmer, Hargrove, or Hargrove's the 10:30?
Hargrove, nobody's shown up on that, sir. Palmer's parties are all here. Woody's parties are all here.
Bejan?
John's parties are all here.
All right.
You got other ones, Dale?
Larry says there's a domestic.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going back and forth with text message with him, Dale.
Okay.
Dan, why don't we get Bejan in here? We can always stop to take a waiver if we get one.
I'll get them in here.
All right.
Hopefully, I don't know if they're a waiver or not.
Mary Ann, go back to her office?
Yeah, she just wanted to use restroom, I think.
Oh, okay.
You just can't schedule these damn things. Last time I had 7 of them scheduled, 4 of them, the victim never showed up.
Oh, that's
You know.
frustrating.
And 2 waivers. So, you just can't schedule this shit.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, it gets frustrating.
It can, I'm sure.
I went to the new court building.
I went over there Friday, I met a contractor over there, and as I was coming in, I could see a lady at the front door, and finally she saw the sign that was up, I think.
Looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta get in there. It's nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
I'm shaking my head, that's all I'm thinking about.
And, you know, these two, they would have just asked their questions and been done with it.
Oh, yeah. Do you know that, how many times how many times do you have to ask a question again?
Yeah.
He's trying to, I think he was lying.
Well, but some of it was, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I told them. But the basics, these guys shot at me,
Yeah,
you know,
right. Wow.
I'd be real interested to find out what happens with that downtown. If the prosecutor's office says we gotta make a sweetheart deal, make this one go away, or are they just gonna try and let the jury dismiss it then?
That would be dismissed, don't you think, with the jury?
Unless they got more than him.
Yeah. But
I mean, if I was trying this case today, they would've walked.
oh, yeah.
I mean, talk about reasonable doubt. Hold
Yeah,
on, you know what, a year ago, we might have said he might have some confusion about what a mask is.
exactly.
With COVID?
You know what, you're right.
Right? So these two both are talking maybe waivers.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Larry King's got his people lined up for, the one that was scheduled at 10:30.
Okay.
And I just sent Dan out to bring these people in because they're supposedly all here, but I don't know where he went.
okay. I thought I saw people in here, okay.
They went, the two attorneys, they just wanted to talk to Lori, and she's got victim problems on some of the cases, I don't know which
Oh,
ones.
jeez. I heard we're losing Lori.
Yeah.
Do you know who we're getting?
I don't think that decision has been made yet, or at least they haven't conveyed it to us that I know.
Oh, I was looking for Kate, sorry.
Nope. Yeah, I don't think she's any big boss, she don't impress me. Tina just thinks she's the greatest, she don't impress me. She should have never had, there was absolutely no reason for her to have any redirect. There was no reason for redirect. Yeah, probably. Yeah, because I don't even know how to mute that.
Yeah, I thought this.
You can mute it with that, I think. I mean, I like her, but, you know, she's, and it's hard to remember because, you know, Lori's older, so you figure she's experienced, but she's a brand new prosecutor. So she's still learning her jobs.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like her personally, but
I don't see where,
It's not-
here's the new.
it's not like she's the best we ever had in here running a file. She might get there.
Am I all the same, Fred? Thank you so much.
To my own dismay, everyone wants to hold.
Let me know
Is
when
there
you're
a spot?
There's like,
wherever.
just like that.
Okay.
Are you on?
Yes, sir.
All right, People versus Michael Woody, counsel.
Lauren Roll Smith for the people, Your Honor.
Janice Pond appearing on behalf of Mr. Woody, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Today's the date time for a preliminary exam, Your Honor. It's my understanding that the complaining witness is here, and after discussion with my client, we would like to waive the preliminary exam.
Thank you. Sir, you understand your rights and options after discussing those with counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand a waiver means that this file goes down to the circuit court for the next court proceeding. It will not be at the district court level where we're at today. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And understanding that, are you waiving your exam freely and voluntarily today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, counsel satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
So am I. AOI date is the 16th, 9 a.m. Bond will be continued. Anything else, ladies?
Not for the people, Your
All
Honor.
right, good luck downtown, sir.
Thank you.
Lori, which one of these do you think is gonna be the quickest? Because I think they're all here.
Yeah, DeJohn's probably gonna be a bit long-winded, DeJohn Johnson, that is. Beijing Ratchkey is on his way here, but he's not here yet,
Who's not here, the defendant?
the complainant,
The complainant's not here?
the officer, it's a 2016 drug case.
All right, so you wanna do Palmer or Johnson? Which one do you wanna do?
Let me talk to Palmer, I think that one we might get out of here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, today I'm dying because I got
I need to text Carrie Schneider and have her talk to you. If you're in the other one.
settle in, counsel.
Thank you, sir.
Are we unmuted?
We're unmuted.
Mr. Johnson, right over here next to your attorney, please. All right, People versus DeJohn Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you can have a seat, sir. appearances, please.
Lord Morales Smith for the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Sherrick on behalf of Mr. Johnson.
And are we ready?
We are here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's get started.
Okay.
Your Honor, the people call, give me just a second. I have the name in front of me.
And Mr. Shard, I'm okay, mask on or off, whatever you're
Okay.
comfortable with. I think we've got plenty of distance here.
All right,
But
thank you.
whatever makes you comfortable.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
The people call Jasmine Connerly.
Connerly?
Connerly. Your Honor, just so we don't have that trouble earlier, I have an exception for the officer in charge, who is Detective Jason Otter.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Connerly, up here by the prosecutor. Watch your step on the ramp. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today? Have a seat right here.
I already got comfortable with this.
That's fine. State your name for me
Jasmine Connerly,
and spell your last name, please.
Connerly.
Thank you. Madam Prosecutor, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Connerly, can you, tell us what brings you here today?
And witness to the situation that happened
Okay.
that day.
So, do you recall about what date that was?
I want to say the 15th,
Of what month?
May or March.
And where were you when you witnessed the situation?
I was in the Barrington,
I'm sorry?
in the Barrington Apartments
And where is that located?
on Wayne Road in 94, in Romulus.
In Romulus? Okay, city of, county of Wayne, state of Michigan.
Yes.
Okay. And approximately what time did you witness this happening?
I can't recall.
Evening, morning, daytime,
I want to say
nighttime?
morning,
Okay. Early hours, late hours?
early.
Early hours. So sometime in the overnight hours, morning. Okay. And what is the first thing that brings this incident to your attention?
It would be the yelling that I heard outside the window.
Okay, so you heard some yelling.
Mhm.
So what did you do then?
I looked out the window and
And what did you see?
I seen someone with a gun to their head, kind of like in a headlock.
Okay. And did you know that person?
I did.
And do you recall his name?
Dejan.
Dejan. Do you know his last name?
Yes,
What's his last name?
Halliburton.
Halliburton. Okay, so you see Deja Halliburton in a headlock
Mhm.
with a gun to his head.
Mhm.
Somebody else has got a gun to his head.
Yes.
Okay. And so what do you do?
I called the police.
And did they come out and respond to the scene?
Yes, they did.
And did you have any further involvement after that?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Just a quick question. Ms. Connery, you said this was in an apartment?
Mhm.
Was it a two-story apartment, three-story?
It's, technically a 3-story,
Okay, and what floor were you guys on?
the 3rd.
So you were on the top floor facing the area where you heard the yelling?
Yes.
And was it in a parking lot that you heard?
Mhm,
When you observed Mr. Halliburton in the headlock, he was in the parking lot?
Yes.
And is the parking lot is it like a driveway that goes into your apartment complex, or it's generally an open complex,
It's
parking?
it's just open.
Okay, and when you heard this yelling, did you know whose voice it was that you heard immediately?
No, I didn't.
So what triggered you to look outside was this, you heard someone yelling?
Yes.
And when you observed this yelling going, when you looked outside, it was dark out?
No,
Well, wasn't this early morning hours and early evening,
it was early morning.
like dawn,
No.
before?
Daylight.
Oh, it's daylight time?
Yes.
Okay, so this is daylight time, you see this?
Mhm.
So it wasn't unusual that you saw, I mean, you knew who your, is it your boyfriend?
No, an ex.
Ex-friend,
Yes.
and you saw him in a headlock, correct?
Mhm.
And that's when you called the police?
Yeah.
And you weren't able to identify any of the people that were out there, is that fair to say?
No,
I didn't know any other person, that's what you're asking.
And, okay, and prior to Mr. Halliburton going outside, did he give you a reason why he was going out there?
Not necessarily, but I assumed he was buying some weed.
All right, but not assuming, the question was, did you know why he was
No.
going? And you don't know if he knew these guys or not, if they were playing around or none of that stuff?
No, I don't.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
Real quick question. He's in the headlock because there's guns to his head. Do they look like they're playing around?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Conley, you can step down, watch your step.
People
Can
call Corporal
Miss-
Nathan.
Can Ms. Conley be excused?
She's her time.
You're free to leave, ma'am.
Thank you. People call Corporal Nathan
Kazaro.
Kuzera. Thank you, Your Honor, for not letting me.
You're welcome.
Or for correcting my butchering of it.
Corporal, come on up. Watch your step on the ramp. Raise your right hand, swear firm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I will.
Settle in. Oh, you're getting great.
Do you want my mask on or no?
It's up to you. If you're comfortable with it all, that's fine. We'll probably hear you more clearly.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Good
State
morning.
your full name for the record.
Nathan Kuzera?
And are you employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a corporal with the Romulus Police Department.
And were you in that capacity on May 15th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you respond to a call at the Barrington Apartments on that day?
Yes.
And who was the first to arrive on the scene there?
Corporal Reese and Officer Tim.
And you follow before, after, like, when in the timeline did you arrive?
Shortly thereafter, after they called arrival, myself and Detective Otter were also in the complex.
Okay. And what were you driving?
Yes.
What were you driving?
Fully marked Romulus Police SUV.
And what were you wearing?
My full Class A uniform.
Similar to what you're wearing right now?
Actually, it was a little different, but we just changed over to these last week.
Oh, okay.
But
Does it clearly state that you're a police officer on it?
yes,
Okay. So you arrive on the scene, what happens?
upon arrival, I was behind Detective Otter, and Corporal Reese said that vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, to what any other officer told him, I think would be hearsay.
Any response?
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Corporal Reese said over the radio that suspect vehicle attempted to hit him and fled the scene. I observed the vehicle going north on Diane Drive, and Detective Otter began to follow the vehicle through the apartment complex down Diane Drive. Detective Otter stated the vehicle went on Stephanie. Upon hearing that, I went down Margaret, believing that the vehicle was going to the front, to exit the complex through the front of the complex and to Wayne Road.
Okay. And so what happened when you made that move?
I activated my overhead lights, which also activated my in-car camera.
Okay.
And coming down Margaret Drive, Detective Otter stated that the vehicle turned left into a dead end. And as I was turning on the corner to assist Detective Otter, I observed the suspect vehicle go under the carport and behind an apartment building on Stephanie Drive.
Okay. What happens next?
So I turned down Stephanie Drive, knowing there's only one way to come out of that at that point, which would have been a maintenance garage. And as I was going down Stephanie Drive, Detective Otter stated 2 subjects ran from the vehicle west. And as I approached the maintenance garage and turned the corner, I observed 2 suspects running from behind the building.
Okay. And what happened next?
Excuse me. I observed one suspect was a black male, I believe wearing a purple shirt. And then I saw a second black male suspect. He was wearing a black shirt with red, white, and blue markings on it.
Okay.
And as I saw the second suspect, I observed a long gun in his hands.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop you there, but long gun, like what does that mean?
Like a rifle.
Like a rifle.
I could tell, I initially observed the long extended magazine on it.
Okay. And so what happens then?
He saw me and turned towards me, and I saw him level the rifle at me, at my patrol car.
Okay. And so, is the gun pointed at you?
Yes.
And what were you feeling at that moment?
Well, not what I was expecting, but I was obviously scared.
Okay. And so what happens then?
I ducked down over the front of the vehicle, I was still inside the vehicle.
Okay.
Ducked down across the passenger seat, to take cover.
And what happens then?
I heard at least one shot.
Okay.
And then at that point, I exited the vehicle and possibly engaged the suspect, but the suspects were gone at that point.
Okay. And you said the gun was pointed at you,
Yes,
you duck, and you hear shots fired.
yes.
And then anything else happen after that?
Detective Otter met with me at that point, and I called out over the radio, shots fired. Everybody else, all the other officers in the department came out to the scene and made a perimeter, and knowing the suspect vehicle was still at the scene, I waited with the suspect vehicle until I was relieved by Detective Friday.
Okay. And were you, and you said did you lock eyes with the defendant? Did you see the defendant, like, one-on-one, or?
I did look at him,
Okay.
but it was happening so quick. I saw the rifle, I saw it being raised at me. At that point, that's when I ducked across the.
And how soon after you ducked did you hear the shot?
It seemed like forever, but it was probably within a second or two.
Okay. And you said that was a rifle?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, yes. Corporal, you testified a few minutes ago that you got a radio call to a certain location in Romulus,
Correct.
and you said by the time you got to that location, there was 2 other officers that were already there.
Yes.
And that would have been Officer Reese and Tim.
Yes.
And you said you were behind them. Does that mean behind them when you pulled up or after they got there?
The way the apartment complex is set up, there's 3 roads. There's, to the north, there's Stephanie Drive. Then going to the south, there's Margaret Drive. Diane Drive goes all the way on the west end, the southwest end of the complex. So there's different buildings that go east and west, and some go north and south on Diane Drive.
Okay.
So where this would have been the far southwest corner of the complex. And Corporal Reese and Officer Tim were right in the parking lot right there. So we, Detective Otter and I were in that last parking lot by the far southwest buildings.
Okay, so is it fair to say you actually never made it to the person who made the 911 call?
I did not have contact, no.
Okay, and do you know if were you able to see whether Officer Reese or Officer Tim was in that location where they met up with the 911 caller?
I did see Officer Reese on it using his prep radio, but I didn't have any contact with him at that point.
Okay, and it's fair to say that when you pulled up to this apartment complex, you didn't know who you were even looking for?
Dispatch stated it was a purple sedan,
So that's what you were looking for?
and that's the type of vehicle that appeared to have fled from the scene.
Okay, and then you got a call that the suspects left in that vehicle?
Detective Otter were right there when the suspect vehicle fled the scene.
Okay, gotcha, so he called out that the...
Yes.
Gotcha. As the vehicle left the scene, you came from your location to try to block it in? Is that what your goal was, or?
Well, Detective Otter was just in an unmarked Explorer, so me being in a fully marked patrol car, if there was a chase, I would have to take lead anyway. And believing they were going out to exit onto Wayne Road, I figured that was the quickest way to go. If they were to come out, I would have to take lead.
Gotcha, and you had your overhead lights on?
Yes,
And you said eventually you came to an area where the two suspects left the vehicle, correct?
yes.
And you gave a description of what they were wearing, correct?
No, Detective Otter was in front of me, and he's the one who turned the corner and was saying where the car was going.
Okay.
Believing that I was probably going to get out of the car, as I turned the corner to meet up with Detective Otter, I did shut off my overhead lights, and I saw the suspect vehicle go underneath the carport and then back behind a building,
Gotcha.
or the apartment building right there.
But at some point you told us that you gave a description of the person one wearing a purple shirt
Yes,
and one was wearing a black shirt with red, white, blue stripes.
and that's a little bit further down.
Oh, okay, so that was at the conclusion of where
Yes.
they stopped at.
Yes,
And when they got out of the vehicle, do you know which gentleman was in the driver's seat and which?
I didn't see the suspects exited the vehicle behind the building, and I did not see any of that. Detective Otter was calling out that they exited the vehicle and were running on foot, so at which point I was going down Stephanie Drive there's two buildings right here, two apartment buildings right here. And then there's probably, I'd say, a 15, 20-foot gap of open space.
Right.
Then there was the parking lot with the carports. Then there was a dumpster, a big long dumpster there, then the maintenance garage. So there's kind of an open, I don't know, maybe 50, 75 feet of open area, which basically would have been in between the building and the maintenance garage.
Okay.
So,
And at some point, when you said you saw the one individual wearing the black with the red, white, blue stripe raise an assault rifle of some type,
yes.
did you see a muzzle flash from that weapon?
No, when I saw the rifle being raised at me, I took
Just
off.
ducked, gotcha. At some point in time after that, you heard that the suspects were detained.
Yes.
Do you know whether they fit the description of what you saw earlier with the purple stripe, or did you hear anything of that nature?
I did see one of the subjects in the booking room later after the scene, and it was the same type of shirt that I saw.
Which one was that?
That would have been Mr. Johnson wearing the black shirt with the red, white, and blue stripes.
Very well.
I believe the shirt had stripes on the collar and down the arms.
Okay, thank you so much, officer, I appreciate it.
And so you said Mr. Johnson?
Yes,
He's the one wearing the red, white, and blue shirt?
correct.
And is he here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you describe what he's wearing today?
Green jumpsuit with white thermals.
Your Honor, for the record,
Noted.
Thank you. And that was the person that shot at you?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can we send the corporal back to his duties?
The
Yes,
corporal
sir.
can go about his duties.
Be safe.
Thank
Watch
you.
your stuff.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Corporal Reese, Your Honor. Yep, thank you.
Corporal, come on up. Watch your step on the ramp. Raise your right hand for me. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Settle in.
Let me take my mask off.
Either way, whatever makes you comfortable.
Thank you.
Can you state your full name for the record, sir?
Corporal Matthew Reese.
And are you employed, sir?
I am.
And how are you employed, sir?
Employed with the Romulus Police Department.
And were you in that capacity on May 15th, 2020?
I was.
And did you respond to a call at the Barrington Apartments?
I did.
And what happened when you responded to that call, sir?
We got a call to the Barrington Apartments that there was a vehicle, and the caller observed 3 subjects inside the vehicle. I believe if I remember correctly, the call came out as in one of the subjects had a gun to someone in the front seat of the car. The description we were given was either dark color or purple four-door sedan in the area of apartments there.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived on that scene?
I arrived and saw a vehicle matching the description parked on Diane Drive, which would have been on the west side of the complex. The vehicle was facing east, parked in the east parking spot. Notified dispatch of what I found, got out of the car, and began giving the people in the vehicle orders to show me their hands based on the call.
Okay, and so what happens then?
At that time, the front seat passenger got out of the car, put his hands up, and started saying, I have nothing going on here, I have nothing to do with what's going on here at all.
Okay.
As I'm telling the other 2 occupants of the vehicle to show me their hands, the vehicle starts backing up, so it'd be facing at me. So I, again, order the subjects to put the car in park, show me their hands, and at that time, the vehicle comes speeding at me. I jump out of the way, car takes off
Okay,
northbound.
I'm gonna stop you
Go
right
ahead.
there. You said it was speeding at you.
Correct,
If you had not jumped, would it have hit you?
it would've.
It would have hit you. So you had to jump out of the way
Yes.
physically.
Yep.
What were you feeling at that moment?
Like I was gonna get hit by a car, so just jumped out of the way for my
Okay,
safety.
understood. And so what happens next?
I tried to get a partial, or the license plate out, I called out a partial plate and notified, everyone else in the area what was going on, if the vehicle was speeding northbound through the complex.
And did you get a partial plate?
Yeah, I did, I got the partial plate out, but I don't recall off time, it was like, I think EF something, EFG, EFB or something like
And
that.
if you showed you your report, would that refresh your recollection?
It would, yeah.
Okay. May I approach your honor?
Please.
If you take a look at that and let me know if it refreshes your recollection?
It does,
Okay. And I'll take that back from you. And what was that partial plate?
EFB as in Edward Greenwood.
Okay. And so what happens next, sir?
I was advised on the radio that 2 of the other officers in the area observed the vehicle and they took chase to the vehicle within the apartment complex there. I jumped back in my vehicle and joined the chase to go for the vehicle that took off on us.
Okay. So you're chasing this vehicle. Where are you chasing the vehicle?
So it's going northbound through the subdivision, or I'm sorry, not the subdivision, the apartment complex.
What's the speed limit in that apartment complex?
15 miles an hour maybe. So,
Okay. And how fast was he going?
I mean, he flew past me, probably as fast as the car could go at that point. When it flew past me, I couldn't see it after that point. I was just getting information relayed to me on the radio on where they were at.
In excess of 35 miles per hour?
But, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. And so he's speeding away,
Yep.
and you follow him. What happens next?
So I jump in my car and go back towards the direction they're calling it out at. They called that the car went over on Stephanie Drive, I believe it was. As I'm trying to speed around that way, I was trying to get out on the Wayne Road because I knew that there's a high school on the other side, so if they stopped and ran on foot or whatever before.
Okay, and so just for location and area, is that Romulus High School?
It is.
Okay,
yeah,
so
around
the Barrington Apartments are right there across from Warrington House?
Correct, they're just south of Romulus High School.
Okay, so,
Um,
okay, what happens next?
So as I'm driving over towards Wayne Road to go around to the high school, I hear one of the officers call on the radio, shots fired at that point, so now I know that obviously got to escalate a little more because now we got someone shooting at our officer at this point. So I go around to Wayne Road, they call, the subjects are running northbound, they give out a description of the subjects. I go around north of the Barrington Apartment, south of the high school, in the high school lot, and as I pull up, I observe 2 males going up the fence that's in a wooded area back there. They were at a distance where, by the time I made it up there, they were at the top of the fence, going over the fence into the wooded area. And obviously with getting reports of someone shooting at the officers, I'm not gonna climb the fence and chase them, so I just secured a perimeter and relayed information at that point.
Okay, did you make any recoveries?
So, yeah, at that point, we were able to locate a long gun right at the base of the fence where the subjects were last seen climbing over the fence. I believe it was a Colt rifle, 7.62,
Okay, what color is that?
black.
Okay. And what happens next?
So we made the weapon safe, I secured the weapon in my car. Michigan State Police come out and assist us locating the 2 subjects in the wooded area out there. After I went to go make the weapon safe, I learned that the weapon was jammed at that point, so I was able to unjam the weapon and make it safe, and able to secure it in my car at that point.
Okay. And were the suspects recovered?
They were arrested.
And did you recognize them as the people that attempted to hit you?
I couldn't see the driver at the point when he
Okay.
drove past me, I just knew the car, so I don't know who was driving the car at
Okay,
that point.
and where did they find the ditch vehicle?
The vehicle was found, parked in an area like north of Stephanie Drive, between the high school and the Barrington apartments.
And was that vehicle recovered?
The vehicle was recovered, correct, yep.
And was that the vehicle?
It was, yeah, the
Okay.
vehicle was, yeah.
And was there, to your knowledge, was there anything that tied the suspects to that vehicle?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
And was there anything else you did as part of this investigation, sir?
Just secured that perimeter until, suspects were arrested.
Okay, and just one second, please. And were you there when the suspects were apprehended?
I was not.
Okay,
I was on the other side of the fence on the other side of the field,
okay.
where they went in there.
And you said you recovered a rifle?
I did.
Did you see how that got there?
I did not.
Okay. You did see them scale the fence, though?
I did.
Okay, and where was the rifle in relation to that fence?
Right at the base where they went over the fence.
So you saw them go over the fence?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
When I pulled up on that side of the school, they were like right on top of the fence going over into the wooded area.
I got you, okay. No further questions?
Mr. Sharkey?
Corporal Reese, so it's fair to say that when you arrived at this apartment complex, you weren't able to see any of the individuals who were in the car?
Just 3 males, that's it. Yeah, I didn't see any,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
And out of the 3 males, one of the males came out saying I had nothing to do with it.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that until you saw them jumping over the fence, you still didn't know who these guys were, what they looked like, or any of that nature?
No.
When you saw them at the fence, did you give a description out of what they were wearing?
I believe I did. I believe if I recall correctly, it's just so long I can't remember.
Sure.
I believe one of them, a description was given out by other officers on what they were wearing. And the one I do remember, it stands out, was wearing like a bright blue jumpsuit. And one of the subjects was wearing a bright blue jumpsuit going over the fence.
Okay, did you see any of the 2 guys that were jumping the fence discard the weapon?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever see them with the weapon in their hand?
I did not.
Okay. Nothing further on it.
Any redirect?
No further questions?
Corporal, you can step down, watch your step, stay safe.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
People call Detective Brugel.
Detective, come on up. Watch your step on my ramp. Raise your right hand, swear affirm, tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Settle in. Mask on or off, your choice.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Proceed, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you. Please state your full name for the record.
Kelly Froggett.
And how are you employed?
I am a police detective for the Romulus Police Department.
And were you in that capacity on May 15th, 2020?
Yes,
And were you involved in an incident that occurred near the Barrington Apartments?
yes.
And what was your involvement in that incident?
I responded and assisted with the perimeter. Then I was asked to relieve Detective Reese from his position where he was. So I went to that position, which was in like the northwest area of the Barrington Apartments. And I remained there until I was advised that there were some subjects taken into custody. And then I went to a different location to relieve Corporal Kuzera, and then I assisted on the scene there.
Okay. And did you make any recoveries on that scene?
Yes,
And what did you recover?
2 spent shell casings from a rifle.
And were there anything particular about those shell casings?
As far as
Identification numbers or anything like that?
they were marked with M and K and a number.
And if you saw your report, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. take a look at that, take a glance at that, let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes.
Okay, I'll take that back. And what were the markings on that?
MK and 1974,
Okay.
1974.
And did you make any other discoveries as part of your investigation there?
I did notice a bullet hole that had gone through one of the parking sheds, support beams.
And so it's gone through, what do you mean, like completely through?
Completely through, yes.
Okay. And did you take pictures of those?
Detective Otter photographed them.
Okay. And you made the collections?
Correct.
No further questions?
Detective, the two spent casings you found, where did you find those at?
They were just to the west of, there's a little drive that kind of dead ends, there was a dumpster there, and then there was some sort of like open trailer, and it was just to the west of where the trailer was, sort of north of the dumpster, slightly into the west.
And that's is that in an apartment complex or
Yes,
office?
in the apartment complex.
Okay,
lot.
and is there a maintenance area in that area as well?
There's a maintenance shed there, yes.
Okay, and how far from the shed was these casings that you found? Was it a distance away or?
No, they were slightly behind where the maintenance shed was, and just to the north of it.
Okay, and what made you believe that they were shell casings to a rifle when you saw them?
Because I recognized the shape and size of the
You had some
rifle.
experiences with that?
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect for Detective Froggatt.
No redirect, Your Honor.
You can step down. Stay safe, Kelly.
People
Watch your
call, Detective Jason Otter.
Raise your right hand, swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you state your full name for the court, please?
Jason Otter,
And are you employed, sir?
I am
How are you employed?
with the Ramos Police Department.
And were you involved in this matter?
Yes, I was.
And how were you involved, sir?
I was one of the responding officers to the scene.
Okay. And as a responding officer, what was some of the things you observed?
Well, I heard the dispatch come out over the radio. We were given a description of a dark purple, like sedan type vehicle. I was on Diane Street, and there's actually two Dianes. I guess you would call it like a east and a west Diane. They're divided to cover both sides of the complex. So I went down the east, and some other responding officers went down the west side.
Okay. And what happened when you went down the Diane there?
I heard over the radio that some of the other units were out with the suspect vehicle. So I turned around from the side of Diane I was on and headed towards the other portion.
Okay. And when you arrived there?
As I was pulling down the west side, I heard Corporal Reese get over the radio saying that the vehicle was fleeing. It almost hit him.
Okay.
And then I observed a purple, it was like a Chrysler 300 coming towards me at a high rate of speed.
And can you estimate how fast it passed?
I mean, I know when I was behind it, we were going about 50 to 60.
And this is still within the Barrington apartment parking?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what happens then?
I flipped around and began to follow the vehicle as we were going down Diane Street. We're headed north on Diane at this point.
Okay. What happens then?
Relaying the information to dispatch as well as the other officers can also hear the radio. The vehicle went all the way down to Stephanie Street, and you could only turn right onto Stephanie, so they made a right-hand turn.
Okay, and then what happens?
We headed down Stephanie, and then the vehicle turned left onto, it's Barrington is the name of the street, and that's a dead-end portion of Barrington. So I stopped at the Stephanie and Barrington intersection, thinking they were gonna turn around once they realized it was a dead end.
Okay, and what happened?
The vehicle did not turn around, instead it drove through a carport and busted through the back end of the carport and drove up onto the grass, which would be the far north side of the Barrington Apartments along the fence line.
Okay, and this fence line, what is that fence line in between?
It separates the high school and the Barrington Apartments.
Okay, so you're at the fence line, what happens then?
I couldn't get around the carport and I wasn't gonna drive through it, so I got out on foot and began to look underneath, at which point I saw the vehicle was stopped and I saw two males exit the vehicle.
Okay, and did you observe anything else at that time?
I began to pursue them on foot.
Okay, and what happened?
The male who got out of the driver's seat was the taller of the two. He was wearing like a, I would call it like a sweater jogging outfit, had stripes down the sleeves. As he was running, he's the one I could mainly see because he was coming out of the driver's door of the vehicle. I saw him pull up, his arms go up in the air like this. I heard two bangs and I saw a muzzle flash.
And did you see what he was firing at?
Initially, I couldn't see because there's a big long dumpster.
Okay.
However, I called out shots fired to the radio and then I could see the patrol car with the flashing lights.
Okay.
And then I advised dispatch he was shooting at our officers.
Okay, and so, when you see him fire the weapon, and
Absolutely.
is that person here in court today?
Yes, he is.
And can you describe him for us real quick?
He's got a blue mask on, he's got a green shirt and white, looks like a white shirt underneath.
Yeah, for the record, Your Honor, Williams identified.
Noted.
him. Thank you. Okay, and then what happens next, sir?
I could no longer see the suspects, or either of the males that ran from the vehicle, I couldn't see either one of them. I ran over to the patrol car to make sure nobody was hurt. I met Corporal Cruzero, who was behind his patrol vehicle at this point, and made sure he was okay.
Okay, and then what happens?
There was some other radio, I call it radio traffic, but some other information was given out from other officers that were responding. I had given out a direction of travel that they were last seen running. There was some radio traffic said they were over like in the high school parking lot now climbing a fence.
Okay. And anything else that you did there, sir?
We just secured the vehicle and set up a perimeter.
Okay. And at any time did you, get back to the vehicle that involved?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe anything in the vehicle?
I did. We had again gotten more information that the subjects had doubled back and were actually headed back to the apartment complex. The vehicle was still running, so I ran up to the vehicle to shut it off, make sure there was no other weapons that they could access if they did come back.
And did you make any discoveries?
There was a cell phone that was on the seat. I grabbed that, and there was also a wallet in between the passenger seat and the center console of the vehicle that I pulled up to see if there was an ID in it.
Okay. And do you remember who that ID belonged to?
I believe it was Andrew Williams.
Okay. And anything else you discovered in that vehicle?
After a while, when we did a secondary search for the inventory, there was magazines, like firearm magazines that you put in a rifle.
And sorry, you recovered those?
I don't believe I recovered them, I just saw them.
Okay, but you did see them in the vehicle?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything else that was completed at that time?
As far as the vehicle you're referring to?
Yes.
I don't believe so, no. Like I said, it was secured.
Okay. And if I showed you your report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Judge, I'd object because I don't believe Detective Otter said he didn't recall, he didn't say he didn't remember anything else. He just sure.
I'm sorry, so was a secondary search performed?
There was.
And what was that secondary search about?
The initial one was just to, again, make sure there was no weapons, anything in danger, and to shut the vehicle off.
Okay.
And then, once things were a little more calm, we had backup, it was, I guess, safer to look through the vehicle. And there was additional cell phone that was recovered, I believe.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing else that I recall.
And you said, per your recollection, you don't recall anything else. And if I showed you your report, would that refresh your recollection?
That probably would, yes.
And I'm gonna take you down, may I approach John?
Yes.
I'm gonna take you down to, I think it's the third page, bottom part of your report. You could start there. Let me know if that's reflects your recollection.
Okay, you're referring to the portion that says secondary search?
Yes.
Okay, this was not in the vehicle.
Okay, oh, I'm sorry, so where was it, I'm sorry, where was that?
I was notified by Sergeant Harris, who was working in.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's leading to hearsay to prove the truth of the matter of assertion.
Your Honor, it just is, it proved, it's, to what he does next. It doesn't say anything particularly about the crimes at hand, it just says what he does, why he does what he does next.
I'll allow it.
Sir, I'm sorry.
I was notified by Sergeant Harris that there was a handgun involved in the situation, which is the original report we had.
Okay.
It was a smaller gun to the head of the victim.
Okay.
And that it may possibly still be out in the area because it had not been recovered yet.
Okay, so what happened then?
I notified MSP, their K-9 unit came out to assist in the search, and they indicated to me that they found a handgun.
Okay, and did they tell you about that? Did you recover that?
I did recover it. I met them at the fence line in between the high school and the Barrington apartment.
Okay.
And there was a taller green fence, which was the fence that the subjects were originally crawling or climbing.
Climbing, right.
And the gun was at the base of that fence.
Okay. So what type of gun was that?
It was a handgun.
A handgun. Nothing specific about it? Was anything else found?
There was also a boot that was located inside, like on the other side of the fence.
Okay.
There was a black boot.
Okay. And was any of that tied to the complainants, to the fences?
Yes, it was.
And how was that done?
It was the same size, the same brand of boot as one of the subjects that was arrested, and he was also missing that same boot, same
So it was
same
bootless.
foot. Well, he had one boot on.
One boot on, one boot off.
He was missing one. It happened to be the same foot, same size, same brand.
Okay. And did you, anything else to do with this report, sir?
Not that I can recall, no.
And I'm approaching this that report back to make sure I've covered everything I need to. And sir, did you photograph the scene?
I did.
And did you run, that handgun?
I'm sorry?
Did you run the handgun, the registration and serial number?
Yes.
And what happened with that?
The gun came back as being stolen.
Okay, and did you know the name of the person that reported it stolen?
I only know that the last name was Johnson.
Do you know if they're related at all?
I do not know.
No No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sharp?
Yes, Detective Otter, you said that first time you came into contact with the suspect's vehicle was when they passed you?
That's correct.
And was there any police officers' vehicles behind them at that time?
There were vehicles behind them, or are you referring to pursuing them?
Yeah, pursuing them.
No, there was none pursuing them.
Okay, so after you made your turn, you would have been the first officer pursuing them?
Yes, sir.
And were you in a marked car or unmarked car?
I was in an unmarked car.
Unmarked?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And the time that you first observed them and you're behind them, did you have any sirens on or any of that nature? Any of that?
No, sir.
At the time that you saw them proceed into the complex where they ran through a carport, I think you said you saw them drive through a carport, severe?
They drove through the back. It's the same complex. It's not a different complex.
Okay, but you saw them go through the carport area?
Yes, sir.
How far away were you from that point?
A few hundred feet, maybe.
So not too far?
It was not too far. No.
And you were able to see both suspects get out at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, let me clarify.
Okay.
It was not at the time that I saw them go through it was after they went through the carport, if you're saying.
Okay, so when they went through the carport, are you saying they were already out of their vehicle or?
No, they were driving. That's why I wanted to clarify. I
Yeah.
didn't see them get out at the carport, no.
Okay.
They drove through it, continued to drive in their car.
Got you. And then at some point, they got out of their vehicles and you were able to see them get out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
So that's why you were able to see who the driver was?
Correct.
Gotcha. One last question, Detective. You indicated that at some point you heard from the state police that they recovered handgun
Yes.
by the fence area.
They called our dispatch, said they notified me, and then I came over to collect the evidence.
Okay. Did they recover any other weapons other than that handgun?
There was a rifle recovered earlier.
Okay.
Our department did, state police did not collect.
Okay.
We did.
So Romulus PD recovered the longer gun?
Yes, sir.
And Michigan State Police recovered the handgun?
No, sir. Romulus police recovered both weapons, the long gun and the handgun.
Gotcha. Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
No further questions. Oh, I'm sorry, just real quick though. When you began chasing, you were the only one chasing him at that time?
I would say following more than chasing. I don't consider that.
Okay, so
chasing.
following him at
I
that
was
time.
just following them and calling out on the radio.
Had you heard about other instances of him fleeing already?
That's correct from Corporal Reese.
Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You can sit down, Detective.
Thank you.
Your Honor, no further questions at this time. No further witnesses.
Defense, any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Argument.
People would have signed over on all counts, Your Honor.
Judge, I would ask the court respectfully to not bind over on count 2, the armed robbery. There's been no testimony presented today that would indicate that anybody was robbed that night. We heard from the first witness that testified, Ms. Coronary, who indicated that she heard some noise outside her window. She looked outside, saw her friend, Mr. Halliburton, in the headlock by someone else. She couldn't identify any of the people involved with that, and did not indicate that there was that she heard anyone was being robbed. There was no testimony from a victim in this case that was robbed. So we would ask you to dismiss count 2, as well as count 8, the felony firearm that would go along with that count. With regard to count 4, the fleeing and looting, we heard from Detective Otter, who indicated that he was the vehicle that was behind the suspect's vehicle. He did not have any audible signals. He wasn't using any audible signals by his hand, no emergency lights or sirens. However, the prosecutor did mention that there was other officers who reported that the car was fleeing from them, but there's been no testimony to the fact that any other officer testified that they had their emergency lights on or made any attempt to have that vehicle stopped. Other than that, Your Honor, I would argue to the court that it's a question of fact as to the other counts.
Ms. Morales-Smith?
Your Honor, the Corporal Reese did testify that he was following the vehicle, and then he clocked the vehicle, that it was fleeing from him at a high rate of speed, and that he was in his vehicle, which was a fully marked police car. We would ask to bind over on all counts. The witness did state that the victim, Dejan Halliburton, had a gun to his head, and the vehicle was then, and then the other incidents all ensued from that matter. We would say that it was a question for the trier of fact, and we'd ask for a bind over on all counts.
The only testimony from Ms. Connerly was that she saw Halliburton with a gun to his head.
Yes, Your Honor.
Where do we get a robbery from that?
When he had a gun to his head, we would, the people would say there was just a question of trier of fact of what happened there exactly.
No. Disagree.
Understood, Your Honor.
I'm gonna bind over, I did hear the testimony from Officer Reese, and in fact, I think the testimony was, you said, were they in excess of 35, and he said something like way over that, or something like that. So that's where I keep my little tick going, and that's where I ticked off. That hit the probable cause standard for the fleeing and looting. So I'm gonna bind over on all counts except count 2 and the accompanying felony firearm, which would be count 8. AOI date is going to be the 16th, 9 a.m. Anything as to bond?
Yes, Your Honor, if we may, I know we addressed this issue before. My client still has not been able to make the bond of the $100,000 cash surety. We would ask the court respectfully if we would consider a 10%, $100,000 10% or $50,000 cash surety.
Ms. Morales?
Your Honor, I'd say with the seriousness of the charges and everything that's involved here, the people would say that there should be no change to the bond.
And then, Judge, I just wanted to add that
Go ahead.
as I indicated in our last bond motion we filed, Mr. Johnson has had heart surgery due to a car accident, and he has not had any treatment whatsoever, no matter how many times we requested at the jail. And this has been going on since May. So that's why we're asking for the lower bond, so he gets medical treatment.
Understood. I'm gonna leave bond as is, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Good luck downtown, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, Lori, Palmer next, or Dejan?
I need to go see who's up, who's ready. I will be right with you, sir.
Can I talk to him? Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Judge. Oh, he's gone. Thank you.
See you later.
All right, thanks again.
How are you?
I'm all right, how are you? Having a Monday?
It's one of those, yeah, exactly. You know, you can schedule 5 on one day and none of them wanna go, then you schedule 5 on one day and everyone will
And
go.
everyone. Well, let's see if my officers are here. I haven't seen
Which one are you on?
Bajan,
Yeah.
BEJN.
Before we started this one, we just finished, she was waiting for the officer.
Okay.
Oh,
The Zoom one is just waving,
awesome.
so he said if you can sneak them in.
Hand me the file, would you, Dan?
And I'm Hargrove.
Oh, would you grab Mary Ann? I gotta, or you wanna just hit the record button, that'll work too?
Yep.
Yes, thanks, Jim.
All right, back on.
Thank you very much, Heather. Larry, can you hear me?
I can, Judge, yes.
Hello, Miss Richards.
Good morning, Judge.
Sorry to keep you guys hanging, but you know those, I can schedule 5 and nobody wants to hold, I'll schedule 5 and everybody wants to hold.
I get it.
So I don't know which one of these is your client, Miss Richards. I've got Darnell Tamuch and I've got Amber Ritchie.
I'm not certain. I'm gonna try to reach out to him. He did tell me he was in the waiting room.
And I've spoken with the complainant, who told me that she was also in the waiting room.
All right, I'm just bringing people in, you tell me who I got. Miss Richards, is the guy without audio, is that Mr. Hargrove?
Your Honor, I'm not certain. I've unfortunately, in this time of pandemic, not met him in person.
Ah, okay. You might want to call him because it looks like we're not going to get his audio.
Okay, let me.
And bear with me, Your Honor, I'm going to pick up my phone and call my complainant here
Thanks.
really quick.
Which one are we going to do?
We're gonna go ahead on Bajan.
Have a seat, I'm just doing a waiver.
Great.
Settle in, yep, settle in.
Your Honor, my understanding is I'm on the phone with my client, Mr. Hargrove. He does indicate that the video connecting to audio right now is him, but I also have him on speakerphone right now.
Thank you. Mr. Hargrove, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Mr. Mowbray, who are you?
Officer Mowbray, sir.
Ah,
He's
great.
my
All right.
responding
We probably don't need
officer.
him- We don't need him for a waiver, do we?
No, but I will say, Your Honor, like I told Ms. Richards, the complaining witness called me about 11:20 and said, "I've been in this waiting room forever. What's going on?" I told her, "Please be patient with the court. There are other matters scheduled." She informed me that she just sit in the waiting room. I just tried to call her again. I was unable to get a hold of her. I don't know if you still see her in your waiting room.
No. Everybody I've got in the waiting room is in. I've got a Galaxy Note 9 that's in with no audio on. I just assumed that was our victim's advocate, Kathy. She's been there all morning. But
Well,
I don't know who it is because I got no audio or video on that one, so I don't know who it is.
Maybe it wasn't Kathy.
Yeah, so I have no way to communicate with that person. I can't even show them a sign because they got no video on. All right, so are we ready to go forward with the waiver?
Well, I guess that's my question now to Ms. Richards, because
It's Kathy. Thank you, Kathy.
the complaining witness was, at least according to what she told me on the phone, present.
Okay.
If Mr. Hargrove is not inclined to waive, I would ask for an adjournment in light of the confusion, because I know she was on and now I can't reach her and we're well after the scheduled time. So
No, I
I'd ask
understand
for,
that.
yeah. So I guess I'll leave that to Ms. Richards and her client as to how they want to proceed.
Ms. Richards?
Your Honor, if I could just briefly talk to my client about that
Yeah,
issue.
just mute your video screen, then you just have a conversation.
I will.
Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna get started and
Just
sit.
Just for you to know, the complainant, the officer's not here for this, so this is gonna be dismissed, so this should be very quick.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Heather.
Oh, you're welcome.
People versus Dennis, is it Bijan or Bijan? Bijan.
Lauren Morales Smith for the people, Your Honor. A Neighborhood Defender Service, Kate DeMont, grade EP 83667, on behalf of Mr. Dennis Bajan, who's with me here in the courtroom today.
Thank you, ladies.
Your Honor, at this time is the date and time for the preliminary examination. Detective Ratchkey and Trooper, or Officer Champagne are not here in the building today. People cannot proceed without them. Motions for dismissal.
All right. Sir, I'm gonna I can't say it. I'm gonna do it, though. I'm gonna dismiss this matter without prejudice, which means the prosecutor's office could refile, and I'm sure counsel's talked to you about that. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. And Ms. Morgan is talking to her client right now.
Thank you.
I just
Really?
We think we're gonna do a waiver.
Well, that's great.
Ms. Richards is having a conversation with her
Okay,
defendant
cool.
offline, so we're good. None of the cops showed up. Rashke, and I don't even know who the other cop was from Van Buren, nobody showed up.
Yes, I was gonna file that with the court.
Hargrove. Correct.
Okay, I'll probably file, I'll have the motions done by the end of this week. I got a couple things going on, maybe in the next 2 days, but at least we can get around an alcohol center. I mean, this is just.
The guy that invited me is supposed to be doing leaves at my house today. And he didn't show up.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, I'm back having spoken to my client.
I'm with you.
Okay. Your Honor, my client is asking for the court to consider a dismissal since the prosecution witness is no longer available on Zoom.
And Your Honor, I would request to then an adjournment in light of the fact that I did speak with Mrs. Hargrove this morning. She informed me that she had been waiting on Zoom since 10:30, the scheduled time for this hearing. Unfortunately, now I'm not able to reach her. I'm not sure what happened, but I know that she was available and did want to attend. So I would ask for a different date.
And just for the record, I don't think I called this case until probably at least 5 or 10 minutes ago. So it was well 90 minutes plus after the scheduled date and time. So I am inclined to do an adjournment, not a dismissal.
Your Honor, under that circumstance, I did speak to my client, about that possibility, and with that, my client has decided he would like to go forward with the waiver. Is that correct, Mr. Hargrove?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hargrove and Larry, I'm getting a lot of background noise. I don't know if it's from you or your
There's,
office.
unfortunately, there's another person in my office, Your Honor. We have
Okay.
shared
Can you
offices.
just mute yours
I'll
for a
mute
minute?
myself.
Yeah. All right. Mr. Hargrove, sir, do you understand your rights and options after discussing those with Ms. Richards?
Yes.
And you understand the purpose for a preliminary exam, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hargrove, you understand that if we enter the waiver today, the next step in these proceedings will take place at the circuit court level, not the district court level where I currently sit.
Okay.
And understanding all of that, are you waiving the exam today freely and voluntarily?
Yes, yes, sir. I'm about to say yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Ms. Richards, are you satisfied with the plea or the waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hargrove, your arraignment on information date is going to be November 16 at 9 a.m. I will continue your bond, and I'll wish you luck downtown, sir.
So I gotta go do it on Zoom or what?
It'll be on Zoom, Mr. Hargrove. I'll talk to you about it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and
All right.
Ms. Richards, I'm sure you're aware that those dates are routinely being reset, so please check with the circuit court.
I will, thank you.
All right, anything else we can take care of today, folks?
Nothing
Your
further
Honor.
from the people. Thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
Thank you
Ms.
all.
Richards.
Thank you.
Thank you, officer, for your time.
Thank you.
Got one left. Palmer. So I don't know what we're waiting for on that one. Yeah, Joan Morgan's the attorney.
What happened to Bijan? You don't
No
know?
Vic, no Vic.
Oh, okay.
This one will this one will waive too. It's just failed to register sex offender.
Is that this guy right here?
No, that's that's the guy that just waived.
Oh.
I'll get rid of him.
You know, you fail to register, or you do or you don't.
I don't think I've ever held an exam on one of those.
No. So I was thinking of the fifth worst guy that you had. Who could have been worse than him?
I don't remember.
Oh my God.
I don't think I bet I have dismissed more than 2 or 3 exams because the witness was just that freaking bad.
Yeah.
I remember one, it was an older lady. I mean, she was middle-aged, but I remember saying, she is totally unbelievable. And I don't remember what the case was or anything else.
I'm
How
one
are
of
you?
your last ones. Hi, Judge.
How's it going?
It's going. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Mr. Palmer. I have a request, and Lori sent me in here to
Yeah, go
make
ahead.
it off the record.
Well, you're on the record though, because you want to mute that? All right, Mr. Palmer, my understanding is the prosecutor's made an offer. What is this misdemeanor, isn't it? The
Yes.
1 year 1,000 or 1 year 500?
I think it may be a 1 year 500, but I do
Okay,
too.
all right. So the added charge is up to 1 year in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. You understand that? I have to hear something.
Yes,
All right. And you understand your rights and options? You've discussed those with counsel?
yes.
All right. So the offer from the prosecutor would be that I would put you on a non-reporting probation, get you in compliance with your reporting requirements, and move forward. Counsel tells me that you just have a thing, you don't want to be on probation. Here's my problem. I'm not gonna put you on a reporting probation where you gotta check in with an officer once a month or anything like that, but I want you on a non-reporting probation just to make sure between now and 12 months from now, there's no new charges and you do the things I tell you to do. So for example, if one of the things I gotta do is order you to go to the PD and get your proper address on file with them.
Right.
If you don't do that, then I can just issue a contempt of court order. If I tell you it's part of your probation,
Right.
I got a little more hammer on you.
Well, I gotta go do that anyway.
Right, right. So what's your problem? You don't want to be on probation? Because when you stand there and say, Judge, I
don't complete it.
Let me finish. No, but to complete this, all you gotta do is stay out of trouble for 12
No,
months.
I'll.
You follow me?
Yeah.
I just want to keep my thumb over you for 12 months because you're getting a deal here, okay? When my thing is, I think everybody deserves second and third chances. But if you screw that up, I want to have a hammer over you. If I just say, fines and costs and you're gone, and you get arrested 2 weeks from now, I'm done with you. It's a whole new charge, you can't do anything about it. But if you take this deal and you get the break today, and I put you on a 12-month non-reporting, and you screw up with new charges, now I got a major hammer on you.
All right.
You follow me?
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna make you jump through any hoops. You're not gonna have to check in with our probation officer. The only hoops you gotta check into is stay out of trouble and take care of your address.
All right.
So you're straight on your reporting.
All right.
That work?
Yeah.
Okay. I think I got damn near everything I need. You wanna do voir dire to get the factual basis for the plea?
I can.
Go ahead.
Let me say first, Judge, I'm Joan Morgan from Neighborhood Defender
I'm
Service.
sorry.
It's okay. I wanted, Mr. Palmer, can I ask you, you and I have had a lengthy conversation this morning, right?
Yes.
And you understand that you are charged with not registering between December of 2017 and February of 2018. Do you understand that?
Yes.
But the detective I spoke with indicates that you did register in 2017 and you paid, although you paid late. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
She also indicates, however, that her records show that you did not register in either 2018 or 2019. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So, do you admit that you did not register in those 2 years?
No, because I did in 2019.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just leave it to 2018. Do you agree you did not register that year?
Not that I can remember, but.
Okay, but you did register in 2020, yes?
No, not yet.
Her records show
I don't
you
think I did. Well, I haven't. Not that I know of. Well, them records must be wrong because I don't remember going to do that.
Her records show you not only
'Cause I
registered in
didn't.
2020, but they show you paid
I
your
haven't.
registration fee.
I haven't.
Well, you don't want to admit that because that would be,
Well, I'm just saying.
And I'd go with their records. If they already got you registered, it saves you money.
Yeah, but I still gotta go make sure. I ain't
Well,
gonna
no,
go
that-
just
I'm okay with making sure.
because I don't remember going down
No,
there
that's fine. That's fine.
while COVID was.
I hear you.
okay. I don't have anything else.
I think that's a factual basis. Ms. Morel Smith, you satisfied?
Laura Merrill Smith for the people, Your Honor, people are satisfied.
And Ms. Morgan, you're satisfied?
I am.
All right. So I'll accept the plea to the misdemeanor charge. I'll dismiss the felony charge. What should I consider before I sentence?
Judge, I just want to tell you at this moment, when Mr. Palmer didn't appear about 6 weeks ago in front of Your Honor, it was because he and his family were being evicted.
Ah.
They currently do not have a place to stay, and his address is his father's address.
Is that the Beach Daily address?
No,
No,
that
it's gonna
was,
be switched over to that.
All right. So we can use Dad's for a good mailing address?
yes.
Can you give me that, sir?
It's 15215 Hampton, Taylor, Michigan.
I've got a phone number in the file, 313-926-0431. That good number
Yeah.
for you?
That one's still good.
All right. What else?
But I just wanted to indicate that and ask you to consider that in terms of the amount of the fines and costs you're gonna assess.
Well, I'm not gonna hammer him because he missed a court date.
And not because of that, but because he was evicted. He has been working at Cults Excavating.
Good.
But was laid off at the end of August and is currently waiting for a call from his union to go back to
Okay.
work. His
You
wife.
an operator?
No, I'm labor, but
Okay.
I'm on my way to I operate, but I just don't get paid for it.
Yeah. And they just had a new child within the last
congrats.
month.
Yeah.
So he's in fairly dire financial
Yeah.
straits, and I just ask you to take that into
Yeah.
consideration.
And I'll work with you on the money, guy.
Alright.
We'll take payments forever. All right, anything else?
No.
Anything from the people?
No, yeah.
All right. All right, Mr. Palmer, as I said, 12-month non-reporting probation. Terms, you gotta be in compliance with your reporting requirements and no new criminal charges. Court costs are assessed in the amount of $400. Can you commit to a monthly payment, like $40 a month?
Yeah, but I'm gonna make a payment today.
What do you want us to start with?
I'm gonna pay $40 today.
So just do 40 a month, start today?
Yeah,
But is that on your other case?
but I'm paying on a other case. I have
Are you already on
another.
a payment plan here? What is that
I'm
one?
paying, it's for,
No, how much?
$40.
We're just gonna roll this in. So
All
right
right.
now, if you, let's say on that file, you owe us $1,000, now you owe us 14.
Alright.
So whatever that one is,
I
we're
think
just
I
gonna
only
add
owe
4.
like 700 or 800.
Whatever, I'm just gonna add this to the same file.
Alright.
All right.
Can I just go and where do I make the payment at?
I'll show you.
Yeah, right up to the cashier. So I'm just making a note, add to current plan. Okay? Anything else?
No,
We got a
Judge.
plan? We got a plan? All right.
Thank you.
And so, Your Honor, you did say that includes being registered.
Yeah, he's gotta keep that registered. I mean, if he moves 4 times in the next 12 months, he's gotta change his address every time.
Right.
Right.
Because while you're on probation, you gotta be in compliance.
Right.
Right, okay,
Okay, Your Honor.
okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, thanks.
You're welcome.
And that is it, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Laura.